Hello. Sorry for the wait. We're back. Good to see everybody again. Okay. And it's time to continue where we left off. I have coffee in hand. I've got sandwich. I've got nourishment for other foods. Thank you, Vic, for taking care of me. Love you, girl. And that being said, though, let's be on our way. I also was able to reorganize all of my hotbar stuff, so now you're not going to see me fidgeting with stuff on the right side. So everything is good. Chances are, depending on when we have a chance, if I'm able to go to another city and like be near an aetherite, I'm gonna go get Reaper. That'll be my plan, essentially. Getting breakfast delivered? Let's go. Love that. But yeah. I ran over, grabbed some stuff, made some stuff, and I'm here. So, I prepped some matcha, I got me a latte. Getting Panera? Ooh, okay. That's actually amazing. I love to hear that. Panera's actually really good. I didn't have Panera too frequently, but I had it once and it had like a lot of, it had like a salad and I think like a flapper pizza. Really good options. So, yeah. I mean, I'm still kind of eating, but like I'm here though. So, we're pretty much just vibing out. So, yeah, because the aetherite, the closest one is over here, and then there's another one that's over here apparently. But once I'm at a quest that lets me get near an aetherite, then I will, then I'll go get Reaper in Ul'dah. So we'll do that. But right now there's no crazy rush. But I do want to just organize my my macros for my jobs here. That way they can all be organized in a way, and then I ain't gonna worry about it. Because it took me a minute to figure out the thing for Sage. I was kind of struggling, but I organized it pretty well, so now all is good. Having egg and cheese souffle with a yogurt parfait. Got some stuff for husband. Ooh, he's sleeping. Oh, look at you. Waifu status is real. Love that. All right, that's good. That's really good. Okay, or let me think. Maybe actually, let me see how the terrain looks like, honestly, because. Okay, so we're gonna come. We'll come through here, I guess. Let me see. No, because the city's over here. This is why I'm like, okay. Yeah. Alright. We're back. Let's get on with the show. The full report, warts and all. Also, hold on. This is very big. Like, there we go. That's what she said. Okay. Aaronville was headed westward along the path outside the Archeon. Come, we can still catch him. Okay. I mean, Okay, so last we were here, we're finding out that the Forum are doing some weird shady stuff and using all of their resources of storage for storage, but hello tomato, the Gleamers have no idea as to what their plans are, which is also very weird. But that, of course, also being said, we're in the process of trying to figure out exactly what their plan is, and they wouldn't even let us descend downward, which is kind of an L. But now we're just kind of taking matters into our own hands, going through mine shafts, trying to figure out stuff as well. So now we're going to go find our friend Aaronville, and then we're going to go eavesdrop on his conversation. And so, we'll see exactly just... Whoa, that was way quicker than I thought it was going to be. We'll see exactly what goes on, but we'll find out. Because, some theories are being crafted and schemed up on, so, I mean... See, because for a second, though, I thought that Aaronville lied to us. That he was like, oh yeah, I'm not going to go down there unless it's for my report. But then I was like, duh, he went to go turn in the report. He's not, kind of keeping us not in the loop, you know what I mean? So, as far as we're currently aware, we're being the mischievous ones trying to figure out his whole spiel, which is a little bit unfortunate. Because, we shouldn't be trying to pry, but we're going to have to understand this mystery. So with that being said, let's find out what happens. It seems you still almost have to move with us. Okay. You fell too far behind, and this damn mist won't help what matters. True. Still hear it. Right, and then of course, Cryle is going through some kind of phase right now. I don't really understand it, but I hope that she addresses it right here, right now. We'll find out. Hold a moment, I have an idea. If memory serves, that colossal wall-like structure is Logiston Beta, one of Labyrinthos' climate control sensors. It should have its own lifts, with which we can access the upper or lower tiers. If I were an agent of the Foreign, it would make for a convenient meeting place. But even if we happen to find Erenville in the company of said agent, we cannot expect him to reveal issues of importance as we nonchalantly stroll past. Nay, we shall have to remain undetected. If only Graha and his vanish spell were here. Oh, but there are other ways of turning invisible. Hippity hop, my little toads. What? What? Unaccustomed to transfiguration, worry not, it will wear off with the passage of time. Y'shtola, are you kidding me? Alright. I suggest you and your green companions hop along and catch up with Erenville. Should you feel the magic's fading, return to me and refresh the enchantment. And what am I to do in the meantime? Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you'd be as likely to leap into the jaws of a predator as you would learn anything of note. True. See, Y'shtola's catching in on the fact that she's being kind of shady about her headaches. Which reminds me, where are the creature's whereabouts? In that form, you are essentially defenseless. Yeah, I kind of got that. You have changed into a toad. You must remain transfigured in order to progress with the quest objectives. You will return from your status if you move too far away and look to your map. Okay. Okay. Bro, she turned us into a toad. That's ridiculous. Ribbit. Oh gosh. I'm a toad for a half hour? Bruh, Alpha Toad and Alley Toad are now accompanying you. Keep them at your side and let's proceed with questions. Okay. Bruh, we are actually toading it up right now. This is ridiculous. Unbelievable. That's actually hilarious. My little bird. Bruh, Pidgey is with me even in frog form. Imagine we like walk this. little pitter patters. It's cute. Oh, I see. The pink area is the way we can. Okay, got it. Interesting how they kind of forced that. I kind of like that though. I like that they actually distinctly tell you though, like, hey, this is the area where you should stay at with your toad form to be able to whatever. But also, don't get killed by literally lunch toad. Like, hello? Alright. Alley Toad begins to turns to face north. Perhaps she says to cross the bridge. Okay. Alpha Toad attempts to and fails to shake his head, but you nevertheless understand that he's telling you this is the wrong way. What? But you nevertheless understand that he's telling you that this is the wrong way? Well, they're both at disagreement right now, which is honestly a little concerning, but... The question now is, like, where do we actually go? Survey says we gotta pass Big Toad. Oh, I'm kind of scared, actually. Right, because we're trying to eavesdrop on Aaronville and his. Duh, of course, because I did it across the wall. Okay, I'm obviously not aware of what I'm doing. Let's just keep on going. Yeah, because you gotta go up that way over there. Yeah, duh. I got confused because honestly I was concerned. But we're here. Hey, Yak, do me a favor. Don't, alright? Take this guy. He's got a Gilgamesh minion. Imagine. There we are. Oh shoot. The Yak is being he's under the front. Bruh, that's actually hilarious. Oh, this Yak is distracted by the other players, so that's cool. We chilling. I think I'm also being attacked though, I'm not gonna lie. Also, how do we hear if we don't have ears? That's the question.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Sharlayan scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
In an age long past, Sharlayan was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full. While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interest at heart. Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
Here for the cat people? Bruh. Actually, though. Okay, so that was interesting. The implication that the legislator gave is that in case that the final days is coming, they prepare for whatever that they're preparing for. So we already at least understand that like they have a contingency plan in place. They're not doing it on reaction. They've already had this backup plan in like listing already even beforehand. So that's very interesting because it's not like they're doing this upon reaction. They're actually doing this proactively. That warrants an interest. I'm honestly very curious as to what that means. I suppose you should have known a gleaner who specializes in animal procuring would not be so easily deceived, yet he seemed inclined to put his trust in us all the same. More importantly, perhaps, he discovered a new piece of the puzzle, this momentous duty the form agent mentioned. Charlene has been called to action, and the Telophoros declaration was the catalyst. Whatever charge it is they hope to fulfill, they deem it of sufficient import to disrupt all of Labyrinthos, not to mention ignore Eorzea's request for aid. Yeah, this momentous duty thing is something that, like... I have no idea what's going on in the story. See, I mean, we got lives out here, but this game draws to me a lot because of the story. Like, I love my favorite thing so far about this expansion, even if it's just the beginning, is that this entire thing has been a mystery of like what's going on and who done it what. It's not just giving you a story about like what exactly is happening, because they already had the cliffhanger question of like why is this thing happening in the first place, and they're giving us even more mysteries at hand to answering that question, even though it's like very slowly on the on the path. I'll tell you what though, this story is my favorite story, guaranteed, just because it's all mystery, and I love the theory crafting behind this. This is actually really cool. And we're not even done with the game. It's not. We haven't even done the first dungeon, and we've been already like 2.5 hours or 3 hours into this whole thing. So like, I'm honestly very excited to see how it all is going to unfold. So we'll see. Okay. If we happen to cross paths with Arenville again, I should think of him properly. True. A guide of sorts. Oh, okay. What duty could warrant the direct involvement of the Forum and the commitment of all of its resources? Judging by what we've heard, none of the Gleaners were offered any kind of explanation. At this point, it seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing new by pressing them further. We should head back to Ysola and Croft for a moment and see what they think of this. Yeah, it's weird because they're not actually doing anything to indicate to us what is going on. We're just being beaten around the bush pretty much to figure it out, and that's actually a pain. Like, I mean, if this momentous duty is a thing that they've already had in mind as like a contingent plan, that means that they've been waiting for somebody or something to happen that involves Lord knows what, that they got to commit to this. Because like, bruh, to literally stop everything that they're doing just for this, and also to drain the land of all of its resources just to make sure this is the case as well. They're basically preparing for it's like a bunker thing, because the world is apparently going to be going through some nonsense. But it's weird that the world, or the city rather, they don't have a clue what's going on. Only the Forum know. So we'll see. I have no real predictions or theories outside of the fact that like they've already known what's been kind of going on, like on the low, for a while. I mean, not in regards to the towers, but just in regards to like somebody reached out to them directly first before anything else, and then they were like, "Hey, this is going to be happening soon, so get ready." And now they're getting ready. That's what I think is happening. Oh, Kryl is missing. Huh. Welcome back. I trust you found Aaronville then. Yes. He told us that momentous duty for the, Interesting. I had a feeling you would learn something important, even if that something was simply a confirmation that no one knows much of anything. We should share this with Kryl, then discuss how we'd like to proceed. Assuming we find her back at the farm, she was still behaving oddly, so I bade her return and rest there. Okay. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Would you mind checking near those flowers she was so entranced by? The rest of us can survey the more distant areas just in case she decides to wander. Yeah, because she was near those heart blooms, and I feel like a voice is in some way more than another, like, speaking out to her, which is, like, weird. Because, again, the only person that's affected by whatever is happening to her is her. It's not like it's happening to us as well with, like, the echo and whatnot. So, like, it warrants for a lot of concern, actually. Yeah. Well, Digital, I'll tell you what, though. If you ever want to try and get back into a game and have the experience of, like, just of a lifetime, I'm telling you now. I never thought I would ever join an MMO, and I never thought that I would, like, just have my entire brain be just amazed by the story and thriller experience of an adventure that is a Final Fantasy game. I mean, I love every single game that I've ever played in the history of the series because I've practically committed my life to all to playing every single one on release day. But this one strikes crazy strings. Like in the first like 50 seconds of opening the game, I already got teary-eyed. Already immediately emotional. Okay, this is one of those ether current quests, so we gotta actually kind of commit to these. My sweetest shaggles. Archeon's precious sample. You have no idea what I'm talking about, do you? My apologies. I'm Nultia, an archivist. The Archeon's home is home to various substances of Star. A specimen escaped, a young troll, husband to local predators. I promise you help me retrieve specimen. Sure. I'm gonna need to because I gotta find your thing and I gotta see through current, so. Check it through the further facet. Okay, let me see how a couple look up immediately. Okay. Okay. That's all the way to the south? In the cave, yeah. Okay. Well, more importantly though, we gotta look for cryo. Well, the thing is that Yostella told her to come back over. No, she wanted us to go check out the flowers. So that means that she's got to be up here. She's got to be up here. It makes sense. It made sense, honestly.
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting. She said you would need it for the journey ahead.
Ooh.
Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course.
Of course it's Heidelin, duh.
Thank you. Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment.
What?
Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well. Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you.
Wait, what does that mean?
Take the flower. Walk free, for you are free to go where you wish, to believe what you will.
Who is she talking about?
That blue will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow.
Who is she talking about?
Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first. So weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread, imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower. Yes, we are definitely making progress.
You can't be serious! We've done nothing wrong!
All right.
Master Fortuno, what business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization. We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian.
Oh, son of a... Alright.
Operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
'Tis not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion. And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
What then is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Graha! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Oh, son of a... Okay.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
That man got into snooping.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse. But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
They're being grimy, and it's insanity. The only reason why the Forum came out to come after us over here in the medium circle is because of the fact that they caught us out here in the business. Because they don't want us to find out what it is, because they knew that we were getting closer and closer. That's how they know. These people are trifling. Forget the restricted section. Just our presence here in Charlian already a threat to them. They don't want us to figure out what it is.
I was careless.
I mean, it doesn't help that Graha literally snuck into the restricted section to figure it out as well. But even more so, though, like, they're just out to get all of us. This is a pain.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
Smart man. Smart man.
This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work. They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large.
But you guys know about the... Oh.
Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front.
Right? Also, Cryo's hair? Precious.
Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
She used the specific words.
Whence came this revelation?
They understand. We know enough.
From the mouth of a forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own. The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policy-making process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society.
Right, they refuse to be involved in a war period because knowledge over everything else.
And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd. From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge. The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility.
Right, because they're low-key experimenting with things that they are not telling other people. They're doing experimentations for reasons we don't know. But again, we still don't know. But we know that they're doing shady stuff because also, so like, for the Leviaur's father to be involved in this and to kind of extradite anything that involves knowledge outside of Sharlayan makes total sense. But it doesn't make sense why, like, you know, the Talafor's involvement in the final days is now the reason behind why they're doing it. Like, they still haven't told us what's going on. But they're all involved in something that we have not yet figured out yet. And we're getting close to figuring that out. So it's going to be freaking nuts when we see what it is. Because if they turned a you know, Labyrinthos, the city underneath, that's like a big, just giant, you know, environmental growth plantation into a research facility for, like, experimentation and advancement, they're figuring out some nonsense that we have yet to see. So
I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Drovanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
during the end of the Sixth Era?
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea.
But this was the same time doing...
You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
There's something in the ethereal sea that they're aware of, that they're trying to work to have everybody migrate towards that. Because they've been prepping this for 270 years?
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
They saw something in the ethereal sea.
Yes. We are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle?
Just tell us what it is.
We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission, not through strife and bloodshed, but survival.
They saw something in the ethereal sea, but what could it be?
Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
It had to have been a vision. A way to be able to live beyond the worlds and in the sea. And that honestly can make sense because that's how the Sessiions lived. Because the Sessiions live in a void in the ethereal sea that's separate from the actual sea, so that's how they kind of harvest themselves and like hide away. So I think they figured out a way to create a civilization within the sea, but that's not part of the world. So that's to ensure their survival.
Do as you must, then. For we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Such misguided zeal.
Father, Master Fortuno, I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the Studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand,
It'll be very issue-based if he's also not on our side, despite the fact.
By their own admission, these Scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same. Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? Now, if we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Respect. He's on our side.
Order! We will have order!
At least leveling the playing fields.
Master Monteshane raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldessian are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlian. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand. I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed. Students, Scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences.
Great, so now I can't do any more snooping.
Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
Yeah. Yeah, we at least understand that, like, they're trying to, like, not really get involved, but, like, still their plans involve a way in which they're able to, like, extend their longevity in terms of life and knowledge, because they used to harvest knowledge as a way to get to the people, but now they're modifying people in order to harvest knowledge. See, so now that literally just means, like, they're making society understand a false perspective to maintain the truth behind what's going on in the back end. I understand that. We still don't know what it is that they're doing, but we already at least know that they're all doing something, and even though everyone unanimously decided that they weren't going to get involved in the fight against the Telophoroi, it's because they're trying to protect the will of whatever it is that they're hiding, not because they actually don't want to fight. So, like, they're just focusing on whatever this duty is, not because, you know, because some people probably actually wanted to help us, but then they realize that they can't because they're prioritizing this duty over what we are asking for. So, like, I understand that. So it's not honestly unanimous. It's not actually unanimous, but it's you know, it's them trying to prioritize what they feel like is more ideal for the sake of Sharlian knowledge. So. Whew. Dude, that situation is actually insanity. I thought maybe right. I'm still groping in the dark for answers, but I need to know that I was never switching that much longer. Yeah. You may encounter some raised eyebrows, but to continue to claim the students as your sponsor wherever so the need arises. I believe in the guiding principles of science, and I know my grandfather would have as well. I apologize for the trouble I caused you. I was pondering the significance of what I had just read as I left the instruction section. And knocked over the security amendment on the way out. I promise you won't lose it. Oh, I see. It's them wanting to preserve their identities despite wanting to go against it. Exactly. Because the Sharlians are known for preserving knowledge, period. They don't want that image to ever be changed outside of the society and the nations that kind of surround it. The Sharlians are known for harvesting knowledge for the sake of the future. And they don't ever get involved in any kind of conflict. Because this is the first time, I think, in history at least, that they get involved in a conflict, but they're not telling people that they're getting involved in a conflict. That's why they're trying to keep this a secret, because they don't want people to be like, oh, now the Sharlians want to get involved in things, even though they're telling people that they're not actually involved. That's why they're completely ceasing any kind of association with anybody besides their own selves. Exactly. I got you, boy. Yeah, but at least we can stay in the city, despite the fact that we can't really do any more snooping. And our endless investigations have not been in vain. We know that this mysterious duty of theirs began with whatever form discovered in the ethereal sea. With our freedoms so sorely curtailed, however, we begin to learn a lot more of the substance here in Sharlian. Yeah, that's the thing. We still don't know what it is. So, I mean... They're all okay. The overall picture has grown clearer, yes, but that's in spite of the forum being so maddeningly vague about this duty of theirs. Why are they sort of looking to explain their actions in plain words? Survival, come what may, his father's work so vital that it takes precedence over his own family? Kind of. Often, I would say, it is you. Oh, oh, no. When I heard you've been dragged before the forum, I came as swiftly as I could. I'm so very glad that they allowed you to stay. Oh, it's Mom! Okay. Annalise Levy. I love her name. Like, I love her name so much. I love her name. Oh my god. And you find people must be the sign of the seventh dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you. Mother, please, if you don't wish to make things difficult for you, if word reaches Father that you were here... Oh, bother that. Am I to be chastised for speaking with my own children? I am well aware that you and Master Fortuno are not on the best of terms at the moment, but I've been absolutely desperate to see my darlings again. You will come by the house, won't you? I have gifts waiting. The timing couldn't be better. As matter stands, we shan't be going anywhere until we discuss matters with Thankless Group and reconsider our options. Go visit your home. We'll be back at the annex when you are ready to rejoin us. I'm not sure What do you think? Well, I say y'all go ahead because I gotta go to Fafnir. Yeah, that's actually. I love that she's hype over us too. That's actually really cool. What a splendid day this has turned out to be. Champion of Eorzea, I insist that you join us. It's like, okay. But we must be quick about it. Not for my own benefit, but should my husband return and find you enjoying our hospitality, the servants will be made to suffer the consequences. If you be so kind as to escort my children to the estate. I got you. And then she was gone, and with her, any opportunity to protest. Indeed, the matter is settled. Enjoy yourselves, you three. We're gonna go hang out with Mom. Love you, Mom. I'm sure Alphino thinks nothing of it. When he invited Clackens over all the time. But I was the most, it was a different time for me, alright? I apologize. My mother is not one to take no for an answer. Still, I am glad, relieved even, to see her in such high spirits. What say you, dog? Though it seems we shall have little enough time to enjoy it, will you accompany us on our visit home? I'd say it's in an instance, but... Oh, I see. Fine, if we're going, then let's get it over with. Be sure to stay in the entrance hall. No peeking into our private chambers, thank you very much. Why ever not? Your room was always perfectly neat and tidy. Everyone has things they'd rather keep to themselves, don't they? Cherished mementos you couldn't bring yourself to throw away. Childhood toys. I mean, never mind. Your estate is that way. Straight down the stairs. Come on. Am I leading the way? I am leading the way. Okay. I thought they were leading the way. Okay. Alizé has toys that she still keeps at home. Precious. When Alizé and I were little, this bridge was far as we were permitted to wander alone. I say alone, but my mother or servant was always somewhere nearby, keeping a watchful eye. And now look at us, traveling to different continents, or different worlds even. As children, Alphina and I would often wait here for our father to come home from work. It must have been a day when his meetings ran long, because I remember growing restless and leaning out over the railing to watch the water rush by. Father, of course, arrived at the exact moment, came pounding down the path in a panic, crying out my name. Bruh, that's what a parent's supposed to do. Oh, that's actually pretty. The snow? I love that. As a matter of fact, though, I don't think I actually attuned to this shard. We'll grab this. The 11-year estate. Bro, their house is big. This is awesome. And here you are at last. Please do come in. Alright. I feel like they'll actually get a change of, like, because they have wardrobe changes in like the trailer. I wonder if, oh my goodness.
Welcome home, my lady.
Vix, we have to get houses in Charlotte. Bruh.
What? What are you gawping at?
Your house is huge. The headquarters must seem squalid, yeah.
Oh, gods, please don't. It makes me feel like a spoiled princess.
I mean, no, she's definitely not spoiled.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit.
Wow, that's how Mom sounds? Yo, Mom sounds serious. Okay.
And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you'd accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures. I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations. Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. It is clear that they have come to find value in every experience.
Okay.
But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name.
Ameliance is the perfect mother in the history of all video games, period. No questions asked. There's something goes out.
Tis plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them. Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
Perfect mom. Actual. Let's fucking go.
Gifts. I wasn't sure what to expect. Mother,
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alpha now.
Her outfit is godlike.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become. See for yourself.
Bro, I want her entire outfit. Let's go.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
If you would allow me, Master Alphino.
This is godlike, yo. This is sick.
Wait. Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father.
Fortunate of you as a sage. I mean, duh. But like, alright.
Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days, as a student he was often called upon to venture into the field.
Hypocrites.
He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now.
This makes me think that he's actually proud of the fact that they are doing what they're doing, but he's honestly just taking priority over this thing because he thinks that it has precedence over his family, which like, it definitely doesn't, but like I think that he's trying to prioritize it because of like the forum. Like I'm sure deep down he's actually very glad that his kids became adventurers and like even though they had like a massive argument about that situation in the end of Shadowbringers, but like still.
And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry.
Alright.
I am told these devices are quite difficult to master, but someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb. May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
We will, Mother. I promise.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortuno has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
I love them. I love literally all three of them. Dad's a problem, but like we can pass by with Dad for now. We'll deal with him later. And that was that. Only the gods know when we'll be back again. Thank you for indulging all these requests. I can see it meant a lot to her, and I shall refrain from inquiring as to the content of your private conversation. Our visit was also brief. For now, however, it will have to suffice, as will these tokens of home that we carry with us. These gifts to help us remember who we are and whence we came. But enough sentimentality, let us return to the ant and rejoin our companions. Lovely. See that? This is sick. This is like, this makes life so much easier to deal with teleporting around. I like that. I like that it tells you even positionally where to go. That's the first time I used it, honestly. Oh, okay. Yeah. I haven't used it. That was the first time I used a teleporter, literally. Enjoyed time with all of yours, I hope. I would ask how the twins fared, but their new outfits tell the tale. I only hope we can help them to reconcile with their father, that they might return home one day with their heads held high. In the meantime, we edge ever closer to the secret the Forum strives to hide, and the flower bequeathed to you by Heidelin is sure to guide us forward. I'm confident that once you scouted out the situation in Thavnir, we'll be well equipped to plot our next move. Okay. Before we take this quest on, real quick, let's go. There it is. Okay. Yeah. Let's go to Ul'dah. Let's actually go pick up. Let's go pick up the Reaper, because that way I want to fill up the. Well, first off, I want to check the gear, but also I want to check out the. Yeah, I want to check out the whatchamacallit too. I want to fill it in my hotbar correctly, or yeah, in my like my whole kit. So, yo, the Reaper Soul Crystal looks fucking godlike. You can't see it from here, I'm sorry, but it's black with the. Oh, I mean, you can kind of see it over there, but yeah. The war side. Yo, the way how you hold the weapon is actually sick. Okay. I'm kind of concerned that I might have to actually like play Reaper now. Okay, we'll find out. You there. You're the fighting soul, yes, and by the looks of it, one of no mean skill. My employer is desperate in a woman of your talents, you see. He's been beset by threats from an unsavory group of thugs known as the Lemures. Their leader demands my master part with some of his considerable wealth, or, well, I'll just tell you what they call her, the Reaper, and I'll leave the rest in your imagination. We don't intend to acquiesce to these churlish demands without a fight, and a stout arm by your side, by our side, would go far to ensure our survival. Your arm, perhaps. In case the opportunity to perform a good deed isn't excitement enough, please be reminded that my master possesses considerable wealth. If you would aid us, come haste to the Sapphire Exchange, where we make a stand against these brutes. Okay. We gotta go to Sapphire Avenue. What's that quest? Oh, okay. No, that's fine. That's the super old freaking Hildebrand quest. So, Chigio, what up? Hello, bro. This man looks like I don't even know how to tell you. No, imagine. Ah, you. I know why you're here, and if you mean to lay a finger in my coin purse, you'll have to pry it out of my cold, lifeless... Master Gigio, she's a friend. This adventurer has agreed to help. We'll show the Reaper what her empty intimidations are worth. Oh, I see. My apologies, madam. Imagine it actually sounds like that. Tensions have been high as of late, as I'm sure you can understand. For reasons that elude me, these Lemures have made my life a waking nightmare. Sight unseen, they have demanded that I begin paying them for the luxury of my own life. Rumors abound of their origin. Some say that they are detritus of some barbaric nation. They flaunt our laws and threaten their betters with impunity. They are led by a dead-eye killer who draws her sight at the smallest slight. Refuse her payments of coin and she takes her share of your lifeblood. Instead, rubbish, I say. The Reaper is naught but a toothless bandit. Bruh. Interesting theory you have there. Care to test it? Oh, crap. Bruh, she's got some wrinkles, though. You're the Reaper! Bruh, she is got some age on her face. Oh, you're a perceptive one, ain't you? Suppose that's how you came to be in possession of so many shiny things. And what do we have here? Hire more help while our ledgers remain unbalanced. You wouldn't be trying to wriggle your way out of paying us for a job well done, would you? This is a good intermission. What's it all about Sessiion? Bruh. But like also, you've hired them. My mind, how do you keep the lines straight? You didn't tell your hired muscle here what great friends we were? So great, in fact, that you trusted none other than me and mine to put the scare into your competition. Bruh. Okay. A job we were happy to do. You can't find your fortune in this fair city without stepping over a few bodies on the way, after all, but as flexible as our morals are, I'm afraid without the coin to bend them, we only have one recourse, unless... Bruh, don't look at me, bro. I don't even know why you looking at me, though. One does wonder how you found yourself with a bodyguard of such uncommon metal. Aye, not an ounce of fear in that gaze, and not a mote of puffed-up arrogance either. This last, my Digio, is a genuine article. Well, I mean, you know, she has what we in the mercenary trade call the killer instinct. What? I'm not a murderer. I'm just a woman in game. How's this? For the sake of our long-standing friendship, I'll make it simple. Allow me to take this adventure off your hands, and the debt is forgiven. What? That's all. You can have her. I believe is what them in your trade call a bargain. As for you, adventurer, it seems that you've been made a free agent. But if you're still inclined to put those inquisitors to use, come and visit our headquarters in Pearl Lane. The door's open. Bruh, she's got age on her face, though. I'm intrigued by that. You know, though, I'm gonna give credibility where it's due, because they've been doing that actually pretty frequently. Where like the way that the character is designed to look in game, not that your character can or can't look like it. That outfit looks kind of cool. I saw that, but it's very intriguing to me, because in my mind I would have told you like, oh, this is only a thing for like the sake of lore, but it's also rightly so. It's actually kind of cool. I actually kind of like it. The boss and you be along, coming in. Oh, this is the actual... Got it. I was not aware that we were going instead of a door. I didn't see the door that was in there. Has that door always been there, though? I don't think I've ever seen that door before. Unless I'm just an oblivious dolt, which makes more sense, honestly. So we'll see. Who's this guy? Boss, the guest of honors arrived. Oh, okay. He's a guy from outside. I like that necklace, though. Ah, the savior El Amigo and Domo deigns to appear before me. Ah, I've heard all about you. It's hard not to in this line of work. The stories paint you as ferocity incarnate, a force of nature few have survived. Peace, friend. I've noticed how to put the killer to the proof personally. I don't have a death wish. You can call me Drusilla. I am a Reaper, one of many, and the leader of this little family here. As to why I've invited you into our home, there's a job I'd like you to take care of for me. Pin the job. Now, don't you worry that virtuous heart of yours, eh? I wouldn't ask you to do so much as bend the law. This job is purely for the benefit of your fellow man. Okay. All you have to do is kill one for me, though perhaps kill ain't the right word, seeing he's already dead. What? Bruh. Don't look surprised. I know you've seen the dead walk. This time you'd be up against a void sent, come here to unleash its singular brand of wickedness upon the world. It won't be an easy task. The evil driving this monster is black as the void and near as deep. Countless souls have succumbed to its hunger. Worthy prey for one inclined to heroics, don't you think? You can't face it as you are, though. Storied as your strength may be, I'll need to train you in techniques. Techniques that'll let you pierce the void and slaughter its kin. What could you have to teach me? The power of spear. Oh, she's a freaking Garlean. Don't see many Garleans in Ul'dah, do you? Let alone ones as savage as this. Save your startled gasp. Whatever. I'm not out of surprises yet. Hold your hands to the crystal here. If you're made of the stuff I think you are, then you are in for a treat. Bruh. That's it. I knew you had what it takes. This would be an avatar, a manifestation of your essence and the Stygian power of the void scent on the other side. A void sense of which, if you so choose, you will bind to yourself. You'll gain skills unlike anything you've ever known. Skills that have allowed people like me to operate in the shadows and kill those that need killing since time immemorial. And your first assignment, should you walk this path, is to use the power of one void set against another for the betterment of the realm. Your reward will be the wisdom of countless generations of Garlean assassins. Bruh. But if siding with my kind makes your stomach churn, then take your indignation and piss off. If you thought of having one foot in the void... Bruh. You talk too fast. Twist your guts worse than the moon's blood, then take your cowardice and piss off. If you have any concern of your sanity of your soul, then take your virtue and piss off. However, if none of the aforementioned objections and you don't mind walking the nice edge twixt life and death, then you'll have the tools to see your justice done, and done right every time. Bruh, she talks quickly. This is the choice you must make, and soon. Every moment of our quarry stalks the land, and is another opportunity for it to do harm. I don't want to do this. That's totally a lie. We're totally gonna do this. Okay. I take it you come to a decision, alright? There'll be no turning away once you've chosen, mind you. You'll dance with death and be returned as its envoy. Or you won't return at all. So what'll it be? I will not suffer this void sin to threaten the innocent. I will dance. Very good. Then let's not waste time. Take up this crystal and test the both worlds that you walk as a reaper. Bind yourself to the void and claim the strength that the weak of heart shun. Through the despair at your side does the void sin bring its power to bear. Feeding upon the souls of the fiends you cut down in return. Not a bad arrangement, eh? Bro, she's got like this is like a hustler song. But I'm sure you're tired of words here. The traditional weapon of your order, of our order. Let's see how it looks. Shove you back. She really though. Bro, she's willing to teach me the ways of fighting, and I'm about it. Lovely. Alright. Let's activate this. The Mujik attire. Okay. Got this. Oh, whoops. My clothes. Ooh. Okay, so I have to just make sure that all of it's all different and we are clear. Yo, I like that stance though. Sorry, let me check the sages real quick. Like low-key. I hadn't even checked sages. Oh, whoops. Oh, okay. That's cool. What the fuck does all of these moves do? Honestly, don't ask. I can't tell. Sorry, I'm just like kind of moving things as I have them normally in terms of placement, but okay, we'll figure this out later. All right, back to where we left off. Oh my god, 1,200 gil to travel back to Sharlayan? Jesus. All right, I ain't gonna complain about it. I'm just here. That's for the hunt. No, where's the annex? It's in the annex. That's why I was like, what? It's in the annex. I'm honestly like mildly concerned that I had to reconfigure my Dragoon's hotbar. I was kind of hoping I would keep it the same, like 80% of it though, but I don't think so. Yeah. Bro, but I honestly like this. The weapon's very standard looking. Oh, that's how I run. Okay. I'm telling you now, I'm probably going to end up wanting to main Reaper, and I think that's honestly going to be like a little bit of an L. What the fuck was that? Okay. I can't get ahead of myself. I have no idea what I just did. I don't know if I teleported. I already forgot the moves, despite the fact that we saw the accents and traits. I forgot everything. I know nothing, but that was hype. Okay, story time. Ooh, food. Oh my god, food. I already forgot about the fact that crafting is gonna become a thing. Jesus. Okay. We're going to Thavnair now. Let's get it. I have Krauss instructions in hand if you're ready to set up, and so are we. Having been to Thavnair before, I can travel by Aetheryte. But what of the rest of you? Another sea voyage would waste time we do not have. Cryo was of the same mind, and we already secured the aid of the good folk of the Confluence. We'll take ourselves there. The Confluence, thou sayest. I'm afraid so, my friend. That will recall the hunt for Iceheart, unto whose sanctuary we delivered only the knowledge of our comrade Moonbrida. Yeah? Moonbrida was an authority on ethology. I feel excited that she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' example. Both are authorities in their own right, and both are researchers at the Confluence. Oh, Moonbrida was a researcher at the Confluence. Right. Pain. Haven't you gone to see them yet? Nay. I attempted to do so earlier, but to my shame, my courage failed me at the last. As it hath the many times, I thought to reach out to them after sending that fateful letter. Neither time nor introspection have revealed unto me the words I should speak, and thus have kept my silence. Whether you come with us or no, it's your choice and yours alone. This means no intention level with crafting. W. If it is too difficult, we'll manage. Thou art kind to say so, but I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the Confluence, and I shall face that which hath been long overdue. Which have long been overdue. If it's settled, then I'll be off. When we arrive, we should look for a researcher named Kites. Okay. Here's an annoying question. Where's this? Oh, other area. No, we're not dealing with that right now. I'm not worried about teleporting because we didn't even explore all of Labyrinthos, so we'll definitely be able to go back and kind of navigate. So we'll definitely do that come other times because I'm not worried about flying. Not at all. Not right now. The crystal's huge. Well, now, this is rather a lot of stone faces. Are my library books overdue again? Not to our knowledge. We are associates of Cryle and the Stadium of Sessiion. We seek passage to Thavnir and understand that you can assist us. Ah, the test subjects. Wait, what? Welcome. Test subjects? Oh, you hadn't heard? Well then, allow me to explain. So in order to travel to an aetheryte, you ordinarily need to be attuned to it beforehand. Otherwise, you can't use it as a beacon to seek out while you're in a mess of ether hurtling along the life stream. Right. That's an inconvenient but incontrovertible limitation of aetheryte teleportation. Right. But what if I were to tell you that there was a way to travel to an aetheryte without being attuned to it? A way to teleport instantly to places you've never been. For long years, we've labored to make such travel possible, that people might move about more freely. And we've finally done it. We've created a new kind of aetheryte that doesn't require attunement. Truly, that changes everything. Well, my language may have been a bit misleading. The user need not attune to these aetherites, but the aetherites themselves must have been pre-tuned to each other, thereby facilitating travel between the 2 points. Oh, okay. But it just so happens that of our first test pair of aetherites, one has been installed here in Sharlayan and the other in Yedlima? That's a name. A port town in Thavnir. As you know, our nation has long maintained strong ties with Razathan, and indeed we owe much of this breakthrough to the contributions of their alchemists. So to sum it up, we are to test these aetherites. How fortuitous of you. I should mention that the accident has impaired my ability to channel ether. Will this be a problem? Not at all. As a matter of fact, you might say these aetherites were made for people like yourself. The magics imbued within will whisk you away without any effort on your part. A veritable dream come true. And far be it for me to worry about such things, but do we have permission to make use of your shiny new invention? The only permission required is yours, so assuming you're willing, we're all set. It may come as a surprise, but we actually struggle to find test subjects. Most people seem to have an unreasonable feat of their souls gradually disintegrating as they drift helplessly into the livestream, in the statistically unlikely event that something goes awry. But it's plain that you aren't most people. Mrs. Cryle truly knows how to pick them. Girl, I'm concerned. If I might change the subject, are Master Wilson and Mistress Bluida not present today? Oh, you didn't hear? They've recently resigned their post. Their expertise was needed elsewhere. A large-scale project helmed by the Forum itself, as I understand it, but I'm not privy to the details. Oh, here we go again. I see. Any other questions? No? Then let's get going before you change your minds. Please heed to your preparations and head outside to the Ether Plaza. I'll be along shortly. Bro, so I mean, are we gonna be able to go back? And like back again? Cause I can understand like teleporting to Thavnir and then coming back to Sharlayan, but I can't imagine traveling back over there. I mean, we'll see. I have no idea. The words unsaid yet weigh heavy on my heart. I shall devote myself in mind to all of our tasks in Thavnir. Given my expertise in teleportation, I'd be lying if I said I didn't have reservations, but I will trust in Cryle. I shall teleport and try the trusted way. Good luck. Okay. Okay. I'm concerned, but I'm okay. Bro, this is gonna be like some Harry Potter teleportation to like Diagon Alley, but then we go to the wrong place.
Right, we're all set.
Okay.
Just the 4 of you, was it?
3. I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavnir.
You are? Oh. I would have preferred more test subjects. Oh, well, never mind. If our 3 travelers could line up here, please.
I hope it's actually a Harry Potter reference. If so, that's hilarious and awesome. You walk up to the thing, close your eyes, imagine the place, say the name, and then go. You know what I mean? That means we're gonna all be spread apart.
Yes, right there is fine. Take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether. Oh, and one last thing.
Oh gosh.
You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck!
What?
Bruh.
Thavnir, home to city-state Rads at Han. Rising from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between two peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay for a time. Now across this vibrant isle creeps a fog of malice. What choice do you have? What chance?
Oh my goodness. Yo.
Against such an insidious foe.
That's actually amazing how they handle that. Welcome to Thalmir in Ilsabard. You might experience violent ethereal sickness. Oh, great. Thank you for the heads up there. After the fact. Oh, Orianche. Oh, lordy.
I've seen fairer faces after a bout of bad shellfish. Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
Bro, get in some ginger ale. I love how they add comedic into this. I really do. The comedy in this the element is perfect. We're still in the middle of trying to prevent the world.
With Kryle's instructions.
There's still a matter of trying to save the world, but like also this is required.
Don't let a Sessiion roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
What does that mean? What, like he just poorly spends money? You managed to will yourself to your feet, but given your condition, will you be able to reach a Sessiion in time? Oh no. He went. Oh my god. You there, I need 3 drinks, something that helps with ether sickness. But by Menusa, a traveler. Greetings, welcome. You are wise, good sir, to come to me. My special armor lassie made with only the finest and freshest ingredients is famed for calming true unruly bellies. By way of a warm welcome to Thavnia, I'm pleased to offer to you for the low price of 19,800 gil? For not one, not two, but 3 bottles? This price is high road robbery. If you want to say as much to a Sessiion, but you realize any words of warning you cry out would be accompanied by your last meal. You must stand before a Sessiion using the dishes and deny that the deal is fair. I think I just saw it. Wait, there it is. I thought you could barely stand. What do you need to tell me that's so urgent? That man is lying to you. Wait, I shouldn't buy the lassie. The merchant is swindling me. Ah! Sincere apologies, sir, but I appear to have my prices confused. It's actually 1,890 gil for 3 bottles of lassie. That confusion would have been quite costly for both of us. Very well, then. Your coin. Here, a bottle for each of you. Take them to the others and get some rest. He's very bad with coin. See, I knew that Sessiion was still kind of a derp, despite the fact. I'll be back after I've explored town. Don't tell me that I'm gonna feel sick still, right? Oh, lordy. Okay. You couldn't have given that message to me at a better time. They really couldn't have, though. That was, like, actual perfect. Don't. Thank you. Praise be to the 12. My stomach doth loosen its death grip. My heartfelt thanks to thee and Sessiion, and to the fine fruits of this land. You were in time? Excellent. You spared us to Taru's wrath. Bro, mentioning 20,000 gil on freaking ginger ale. Sweet relief. If you haven't already, you should have yours too. Oh no. Now what? Right. I'm ready to get on with it. That lassie truly worked wonders. I think there's still like a trick to that thing, but we'll see. Back on your feet, I see. Thy hair. Oh no. I've bound it. 'Tis the most I could do against this heat, short of shedding my armor. May I ask where you got the cord for it? A local vendor. The man said it was a Thavnarian weave, tough and not easily unraveled. Oh no. And how much did it cost? 9,400 gil. A steal, I was told. 'Tis nothing fancy, but I've always valued function over form. 9,400 gil? That's incredible. I dare say not even Alphonse could hold a candle to you. It's not uncommon for merchants to set the prices high, but it doesn't seem excessive here. Our hall and this person so this. I'm inclined to agree with the assessment. It does seem excessive, unusually so. Yeah, I mean, prices are like heavily inflated. Claiming Thavnir as its dominion, the nation of Rezathan hath long thrived as a hub of commerce. Right. So they obviously the way how it looks like this is a place where like they rack in money by the day because it looks like a touristy place. However, in the beginning, whoa, okay, they were the Arctisodara, a Matanga tribe indigenous to this island. Over time, they came to be joined by other races, and through their intermingling, a culture rich and distinct did emerge. From alchemy to textiles, the products of Hainish culture have come to be celebrated and coveted this world over. A development only aided by the nation's prime location as a waypoint between east and west. All this hath combined to make a trading power of Rezathan, yet such a status cannot be taken for granted. Nay, it must needs be maintained through judicious governance and stringent regulation. Neither of which I say any evidence given. The merchants at a gateway town are free to fleece hapless travelers and tarnish the reputation of a nation at large. So there's no evidence that this place is making money, nor that they actually, you know, develop as a hub for both sides of the country. Just so, the opportunistic pricing is rampant does suggest that oversight is much weakened, or mayhap that the people have fallen upon hard times. Whatever the truth may be, it would be prudent to ascertain the current state of affairs. Prudent and practical eye. We've not to lose by learning more. So, ere we seek out Krau's acquaintance, shall we see what information we can gather here at Yedlamad? Excellent. We didn't get exactly as a flying sight, but we'll make up for it. Yeah, so this place gives the impression that like it's supposed to be like heavily market influenced, and also that there's enough trade to go around between all nations. However, this doesn't seem to be the case. Be thou assured that I am quite recovered. Lassie is truly a boon for unruly stomachs. Nice. Is it truly so amusing to see my hair bound? 'Tis how I used to wear it, a functional fashion. Perhaps you were confused by how you found me following Nidhogg's demise. It had fallen loose after the Chayurgans removed me from my armor and put me to bed. I simply decided to leave it that way for a time, seeing as I would not don the Azure Dragoon's helm again. I mean, he looks fine with it, with the ponytail look. That's cool. Right, let us split up and make inquiries in town. The pier is mine. Once we have learned what we can, we regroup by the Aetherites. Aetherite. Off-putting, though the mere sight of it may be. Fair enough. The crate is laden with fruits, but they are on the verge of spoiling, as if they've been left for too long. Okay. Well now, if it isn't a traveler, you're a brave sight in these unsettled times. People have been giving us a wide berth since that accursed tower suddenly appeared on Narunair. If it just stood there and loomed ominously, perhaps things would be fine. After a fashion, but no, it had to spawn fell fiends as well. We still have our lots to think to the Radiant Host, but business is as good as dead. What will become of us, only the gods know. So what, the business started getting bad in the city because of the tower appearing? That'd be kind of a pain. Okay. What am I doing? Oh, recording my sales. Still do it daily out of habit, though I don't know why I bother. Hardly sell anything these days. Business has never been this terrible, but I suppose things could be worse. I could have a consortium to keep afloat like Kalzal. I don't envy his position. Better to be alone with my little operation, I've come to realize. You're a traveler by the looks of you. If you have a moment, perhaps you could pay Kalzal a visit. He'd be glad to hear tidings from abroad. Like as not, you'll find him at the Saltland Sails, the Harbor Guild building across the water from here. I like the I definitely like the scenery for here, but like I understand that though. Gazing at the periods by boats moored off nearby isles with the syllabus of larger seafaring vessels farther away. Compared to the other ports here visited in the past, there appears to be very little activity. Yeah, I mean it's kind of apparent that like something is wrong. But I think more importantly so... The question's like, if the tower is the cause of this, then like how long has it been happening for, you know? That's the real question. It's like how long has this been ongoing? Because it couldn't have just all kicked in since the beginning of the tower. That'd be kind of crazy actually. The Dalmatians aren't coming, but we already have everything that they ordered. What are we supposed to do with it? I don't know, but yelling at me isn't going to help. All I know is that their plans have changed, and that's that. I like her eyes. Look, you must have known this might happen. The Empire is at war with itself, and the provinces are in chaos. And then there's a tower sitting on our doorstep spitting out monstrosities. The city has its defenses, but we've been afforded no protection out here. We can't blame foreigners for not wanting to take the risk. Ugh, but this will be an enormous loss. Alright. Forget about the Dalmatians. Surely some ships are still coming. We have fresh produce, handcrafts, medicines, all the perennial Hainish favorites. Our consortium work closely with merchants and artisans to supply only the finest wares. Quality is guaranteed. I know all these things because all I do. Which is why I regret to say I have nothing for you. All voyages have been cancelled or indefinitely postponed. And you are... I like her. I like this outfit. Wait, you're a foreigner, are you not? A merchant? Please tell me you're a merchant. I mean, I got money, but like, I ain't trying to buy stuff. I see. That's a shame. I'm sorry, but we're discussing important matters. If you need something, please talk with one of the others. Excuse me. My name is Mattia, and I'm here to see Kazal. Oh, it seems he's busy. I'll come back later then. Mattia looks so cautious. Okay. Right, so like business is so chaotic that he can't even help out like a customer for the matter at hand. See, so that's kind of a pain. Yes, can I help you? Well, you were trying to talk to Kalzal, but you know, I remember seeing you back in the guild. You wanted to speak with him too, didn't you? I'm Mattia, a fisherman of Akiali, a nearby village. I sell my catch to Kalzal, who offers it to tutorial merchants, but he hasn't bought anything for a while now. When I heard that the consortium had been struggling, I became worried and decided to come see him. Just as soon as he's free, anyway. He's a hardworking man, and I dare not disturb him. If I may ask, what is it that you do? I fight stuff. An adventurer, you say, and you travel the world helping people. Then that must mean you're great at dealing with strangers. Please, won't you teach me to be like you? I mean... Sure. You see, I brought some fresh fish with me, but the portion I couldn't preserve and I wanted to sell them. The problem is I'm terrible with people. I've ever only dealt with Kalzal, and I can't talk to customers without getting my trunk in a twist. So please, as silly as it might sound, will you not peddle my fish in my stead and show me how it's done? Oh, okay. If you're willing, please let me know and we can begin at once. The events that follow cannot be scheduled. You may have to cancel any pending... Oh, okay. Sure. You'll do it then. Show me how to deal with customers. I am in your debt. Right. Please try peddling my fish too. So we say 3 people here in Yadman, and I will serve you another. He is now accompanying me. Okay. Here, let's go this way. That man's bulky. I think he's on the water, like temporarily. Mehruna. That's a name. Sorry, I did not mean to see. I was not planning on skipping that. Yes. Fish, I got fish here. Fresh fish. You can see it's buzzing into your mouth. How fare you of late? Greetings to you. I suppose I'm well enough given the circumstance. Things have settled down somewhat, but it was utter chaos when that tower first appeared. Everyone's grabbing whatever they could, trampling over each other to get to the city. Many remained there for now, but I could not stay away. I had to come back, continue with my life such as it is. Whether or not it was the right choice, only time will tell. It's serious you got there. Maybe you have something to say too. well. I make sure to keep well clear of the tower, and when more monsters emerge from it, I heed the Radiant's host instructions. No safer places in the city, of course, but if everyone up and left, what would happen to Yermod? Dangerous though it may be, I'll keep doing what I've always done to the extent I can. I understand. Where me, I'd probably carry on doing my best as well. What do you do for a living, you don't mind me asking? I'm a salesman. I got that fish. Keep it good with you, so let's try some. Like me, you're doing your part to keep things normal. I respect that. But thank you for your custom. The catch of the day is Shallow's cod, delectable stewed in coconut milk or baked with a sprinkle of salt. Let's go, Matya. On to the next. I wonder if they'll ever make the Matanga look real people. I feel like it's a possibility, but they don't need to go that far. We're still waiting for freaking female Rothgars, so. But I like how he runs. Also, he's a shy big boy, and I honestly appreciate that. A hawker, are you? Do you sell fruit by chance? If so, I want to buy some Amra. Let's say a dozen. They don't need to be extra quality. Amra Sharma. What do you need so many Amra for? Oh, we don't got that. We got fish. Why, for eating, of course. It may seem like a lot, but of late, I go through that in no time at all. I'm a stock taker by trade, but with no vessels coming these days, the wares are beginning to pile up. By the same token, nothing is coming in from overseas, but not a day goes by that someone doesn't come asking when the next shipment is arriving for this and that and this and that. All of it wears me down, and I find myself feeling constantly hungry. Are you sure you're actually hungry? No, I know you feel. Thank you. I pity you don't sell fruit, but I enjoyed a little chat. Oh. Fail. Okay. Never mind. Okay. I guess. Okay. I actually wonder if you can, like, convincingly sell the fruit or the fish to them, because, like, she's asking for fruit. You know what I mean? I didn't want to be, like, rude and then say, like, you don't want fruit, you want this fish. You know what I mean? Because that'd be like, it's not random and awkward. So, I mean, I'll tell you what. That was my natural conversation with her. If she wasn't interested in fish, then, like, it is what it is. I mean, I think by design, though, they make it deliberate that, like, you don't need to actually try and, you know, tis so hard looking at first glance. It conjures to scale is a distinct lack of activity. I wonder what Daphne would turn into, because, I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to think about the world in terms of just what it is. I don't know. We'll find out. What is it? If you don't mind, I'm rather busy. Oh my God, it's my stomach. What happened to you? Ether sickness? No. Nothing so unusual. I'm in my hurry to get back to work. I just ate a little too quickly. Would that I could, but I can't afford to be idle. Like it's not. Circumstances will surely get worse before they get better. And so I'm working as hard as I can while I still can. The better to be prepared. How do you think to prepare? By stocking for supplies, that's what. I need to earn coin so I can buy food, medicine, what have you. How about some fish, the fresh crop? Aye, well, fish wouldn't be bad, but I don't want to go through the hassle of preserving them myself. I'd rather buy something that's ready to store. So I'm afraid of packing a fish. Oh, shoot. It's kind of a pain. Interesting. Thank you so much for your demonstration. It's truly eye-opening. I wonder how this would affect him in, like, the future. I kind of hope not. I mean, I'm gonna remember these answers, so that way I can, when I try and do it again, perhaps there's a chance of being able to actually sell. Because you can definitely sell the 3 of them fish. It's very apparent you can do that, but it's not going to hinder your progress in the matter that you can. I am intrigued though. I literally have no idea. We'll have to find out. Nicholas, what's going on? How you doing today? Good to see you. How are things? Currently in the process of going through Endwalker story. I'm sorry in advance for the spoilers. I know that you're still doing like Shadowbringers. Just put the window of the game to the side and hide it so that way you can at least chat and we can talk and you can hear my voice instead of having to look at the game, because there's already been like a lot of oh, I mean, listen, as long as you don't get spoiled by the story, I don't want to spoil the story for you. So, because I'm already like theory crafting in my head on what's going on. That's actually pretty crazy. Yeah, I unlocked Sage like early this morning around like 5, and now it's what, almost 11. Yeah, I unlocked Reaper like maybe like an hour ago. I want to say some of that. Yeah, so here we are. Yeah, we're progressing, but we honestly, it's been a long time. I haven't even seen like the first dungeon of the game, so it's very intriguing how this is progressing. I love it though. This is great. There's a lot of story, and I really like that. Thank you so much for showing me how to talk to customers. I mean, I kind of was. Yeah. You managed to sell one of the 3 people you approached. It was difficult, but when you put your mind to it, you succeeded. Though you did fail too, there are lessons to be learned in both success and failure. By applying yours, I'll endeavor to become a better peddler. See, I did too. I mean, thank you. I kind of tried. Still, there's only so much I can do alone. I hope that things will return to normal for Kazal soon. I thought I had heard a familiar voice, and who should it be but Mattia? Kazal, have you finished your business at the guild? So you were there too. Forgive me, try as I might, I can't find any buyers. With no ships coming in and hardly any going out, there simply aren't any options at this rate. So you can't buy my fish anymore? I'm sorry, Masi, I truly am. But for now, you must peddle your own goods. It's crazy. But by myself, I can't. I want to help you. I do. But as it stands, I can barely help myself. I poured my all into this consortium, and I'll be damned if I let it fall apart. I have friends and families depending on me. I can't. I won't fail them. The sisters as my witness. Not to worry. Using what I learned for you, I'm sure I'll manage somehow. Well, I had best return to my village. My thanks again, and please take care on the road. I wonder what the dialogue would be if I got those right, actually. Or if I got all of them wrong. This place is so pretty, though. The color is like very vast. It's honestly kind of surprising. But alas. Alright, let's kind of see what occurs in the midst of this hall. Mayhap owing to this island's small size, the tower's impact upon people's lives doth appear more pronounced here than in Eorzea. That's fair. There you are, going to eat this more or less. I see you've been busy. Managed to learn a tidbit or two, I trust. I mean, yeah, people apparently can't sell stuff because of the tower. I see. We also heard that the tower is affecting many locals' livelihoods, but to think that it would be to such an extent. For another notable, if not wholly unexpected discovery, disappearances and kidnappings are disturbingly commonplace. As before, the culprits are almost certainly tempered Imperial soldiers. And as before, they mean to use the faith of their hapless thralls to call forth a lunar primal, business as usual for the Telophoroi. Helping a struggling fisherman, you only meant to peddle his catch. Yes, you would do something like that. Mayhap only a second. Okay. Judging by his furrowed brow, something important has occurred to Sessiion. That Matsuya fellow you were helping, he's Arkasodara, isn't that? Apparently it is almost exclusively his people that are being kidnapped. Should he be traveling alone? If summoning is his perpetrator's aim, it does stand to reason that Arkasodara would be their primary target. For 'tis the faith of their ancestors which prevailed in this land, and many are devout adherents still. We better go after him. Akiali lies to the west, as I recall, the same direction as Kral's acquaintance, incidentally. It's settled then. Keep your eyes peeled while we make for the village. Okay. I realize I'm already level 81. I don't know how this is going to affect my ability to do what I got to do, like, job-wise, but I might start trying to do some jobs as some quests as like a healer and other quests as a dragoon, just so that way I can start kind of getting credibility towards those other classes. Except it's amazing, I still have every single skill as a scholar in my arsenal. How is that possible? That's actually great though. You do not see Matsuya nearby, but the elevated ground up ahead may provide better vantage points. They changed nothing. They didn't really change Scholar, but they sure changed Summoner. Oh yeah, I mean, Summoner I know is the one that's like massive. Like half my hotbar is missing as a result. I'm just impressed because, like, I don't know, you would figure that they're at least able to take out 1 or 2 skills from this job, but this is going to raise like a little bit of an issue because if they only added new skills and they've kept all the old ones for the Scholar at the least, then like I don't have space to use literally anything. So we're going to see what happens when I actually start leveling up Scholar. This guy's already gathering? Okay. Well, power to you, dog. That elephant was huge. Yeah, because I can already tell you now, see, like, losing 3 skills is actually not that bad, except I will definitely have to redo this too. Let me see. White Mage, again. Oh, they get rid of Fluid Aura? Minor pain. Yeah. But like I said, I can already imagine the fact that like some skills I honestly had to deliberately, I had to move things around like immensely to figure out something of the nature. I don't know what, but I'll have to figure it out. You don't see me see from the end. Actually, I'm not gonna do that. No, leave me alone. Help! Somebody help! Okay. Came from the north. I'm gonna stay Dragoon. I don't want to try and play around the idea of having to like level up another job at the same time. I'll just have to hustle through it once we beat the game. Yeah, because I definitely don't want to. Because I gotta reorganize my I have to reorganize Dragoon also, because I might have to move my buffs on the top hotbar. I think there's also like 3 skills that I gotta figure out. He stunned me. Alright. I got you, dude. Don't you worry about it. I got your back. Huh? Where did they go? Why are you here? I see you found him in time. What happened to you? You and your friends came to look for me? I don't know how to thank you. On my way home, I took a moment to stop and rest. Think about what to do about, well, everything. Then those men came. Kidnappers. We heard that the wow. The Arkasodara were being targeted. Surely you have as well. Perhaps it's best if you took refuge in the city. You considered it, me and the others, but fishing is all we know. The ocean, all we have. I see. So that's your decision to make, but you should take care not to travel alone. A question, if I may. 'Tis our understanding that strange fiends have emerged from the tower. What canst thou tell us of these beings? Not much, I'm afraid. I have no idea what they are. But I've heard that some bear an unsettling resemblance to our divinities. Okay. I mean, I wonder what primal they're attached to. For that reason, some have been calling that tower Zot. Why is that familiar? House of Divinities in Oton, it seems. That name is very, very familiar. I don't know exactly why, though. But they're not true divinities. They're monstrous limitations that only bring death. To have one's fate so twisted and grievous indignity, and full justified art thou in thine outrage. Know that 'tis for no other purpose but to neutralize the tower that we have journeyed to this land. In time, we may be forced to contend with these false gods, and thus we would learn all that we may about them. Wilt thou not tell us of thy divinities and their true nature? You come all the way to save us, really? To think I had you peddling fish. But to answer your question, yes, of course, we would gladly tell you about our gods. We, I say, because I'm a terrible storyteller, and I'd ask my fellow villagers to do it. So please come to our village. We're good, God-fearing folk, all of us, and we'd be honored to share our knowledge and fish. What sayest thou? Shall we pay a visit to Akiali? Yes, we absolutely should. Figure out what primal are they worshipping. Wonderful. Just follow the road west and down the hill, and you can't miss it. Bruh, elephant people doing fish stuff is interesting. That's cool. I like that. I like the uniqueness behind it all. So, 'tis the simulacra of Thavnarian gods that are being summoned. If any doubt existed before, there can be none now. The kidnapped Hainish are imprisoned in the tower. I pray that we will be able to save them. Though indeed saving them will mean confronting their false gods. Like as not, I, as you said, will do well to study the religious traditions to Akiali. Okay, sorry. To study the religious traditions to Akiali. There we go. Yeah, I wonder what primal that they're part, like what they that they worship and whatnot. Because I mean, that's the other thing too. We haven't even seen like, you know, which primal is what and whatnot. I mean, we obviously know. Well, no, that's the wrong word. We know one of the trials. That thing looks like an A rank. Cool. I'm gonna sneak by this thing. I want no part in this. It'll murder my entire life. I say no thank you. Bro, why is this turtle so vicious? Turtle, don't turn around. Don't turn around. Yes, sir. Smart turtle. I don't want to crack your shell open. Alright? So I'm glad that we both reached, you know, some kind of understanding. However, that A-rank thing, sounds awful. Okay. Sorry, somebody's like marking A-rank, or A-ranks. They're marking ether currents, which I'm like, I don't really care for that right now. Man's just chilling in his car parked. You think people are doing this favor here? Ooh, people actually are doing this favor here. Hold on, I'm gonna partake in this real quick. Let's have fun with this. This would be like nice freebie XP to get since people are already in the midst of doing this too. Yeah, so I'm glad we're doing so. Nice. Freebie points. I'll take those. Honestly, though, in respect to fairness, not a lot, but we'll take it. It works. I only got like 150k for that. So, welcome to Akiali, my friend. The name means white beach. And there isn't much here save that, but please make yourself at home. Your companions have already begun taking to everyone. Feel free to show yourself around and do the same. Any one of us can tell you about our gods, but you can do worse than to start with Kanga and old Hasveda. They're free at the moment as it happens. What's up, Kanga? Talk to me about the god. You wish to know about our gods? What a curious visitor you are. Most want fish. In any case, I'm happy to oblige. Now, I don't know how it is whence you hail, but our isle is home to many gods. They can be divided into two groups. The Manusia, beings of wisdom who assume the form of men, and Murga, beings of might who assume the form of beasts. That was not the sentence I was expecting to read. Okay, so their gods are split into two groups. Manusia is the beings of wisdom and men. Okay, so like, I guess intelligent, that. And then Murga. Oh, I guess it's like a beast tribe thing? No, it doesn't make sense to me though. Together they are divinities, their forms and personalities many and varied. Some are kind and gentle, others stern and temperamental, just like we mortals can be. All are possessed of great insight and experience, and by heeding their teachings, we strive to be better people and live better lives. See, but we're talking about the gods, though. Not like we're talking about like divine beings, not like the people of the culture in the city. So like, okay, and this guy is not a Matanga either. So like now I'm like, what? Okay. Oh, well, unless it's like a multiple. Okay, I don't know. Unless it's like a Thavnir thing instead of just like a the Beast Tribe thing. Well, I mean, we'll see. Interested in learning about our gods, you say? That's what I like to hear. Prick up your ears in and listen. In ancient times, the Manusia and the Murga deities, who looked like men and beasts respectively, were locked in conflict. Eventually seeking the wisdom of the Manusia, the Murgas cast aside their own heads and took up those of their foes. Likewise, the Manusia coveted the might of the Murga, and so they too resolved to trade heads. Thus were born new gods possessed of both might and wisdom, that they ushered in an age of harmony between the two factions. From then on, as a sign of their esteem for one another, the Manusia have worn animal faces, and the Murga the limbs of men. Animal faces? What? This is confusing. I'm a little bit confused by this, but I mean, I gotta see. Terminal village, you know what the hideous towers. True. Welcome to our village tower. Anything I can help you with? I'm a fisher, and a good one at that. I were you in the biggest catch from the open sea, so I'm small by the shore for first. Now, if only I was skills and rudder as I am within that. Some days I find myself so far from the shore that I miss the morning rush at the best. Okay. I'm not particularly intrigued as to what the place is. I understand what this place is, but familiar though I am with the myths and legends of this island, to hear them spoken by heirs to the stored heritage giveth them new life. The thing is that they're talking. Okay, I totally figured that they're talking about their primal, which makes total sense because that's what's been encapsulated inside the towers. But like, they're talking about the races of the people. They were okay. Kind of. While you were talking to others, I remembered something that may be of interest. If you can let your friends know, I'll go and fetch it from my home at once. I'm under the impression that the primal that they're talking about is like a god, is some kind of like two-faced thing. Which, if that's the case, I already know who they're worshiping. But if they are worshiping this person, I have questions because it's weird. We'll find out. Apologies for the wait. I wish to show you this hanging scroll which depicts 3 of our most revered deities. Oh, thank goodness. I actually would like to see a picture of this. We should like to see it. If they have a scroll of the imagery of them, then that's perfect. Oh my goodness. Okay. They are Manusia. You heard about them already, yes? 3 sisters. Got it. Understood. I can't believe I didn't understand that. Okay. The Matanga worship the Magus Sisters. The center one is the eldest, Cinderuva. I love how they changed the name, even though they kept the relevancy present. The goddess of wisdom. For this, alchemists hold her in the highest. Usually Cindy was like that. And to her right is the middle sister, Sandruva, as the goddess of wealth. She counts many traders among her followers. And to the left is Minduruva, the youngest sibling. She presides over the crafts and so is beloved by weavers. Although each is worshipped for different reasons, the sisters are usually portrayed together in these works, which people keep in their homes for good fortune. Okay. So in fairness, they actually did not give you any indication as to who their primal was until they showed you the picture. You would have not been able to guess that it was three sisters, which is fine. Now I don't feel as dumb as I did beforehand, because the way that they're explaining it made no sense to me. Now it does. And like fashion to Minutia, the deities of Eorzea preside over myriad aspects of life. And what did the Murga, if I may ask? The Murga hold power over nature. In ages past, they were revered as guardian deities in times of conflict. If you have occasion to visit our temples and ruins, you'll find their images there. Among them is a god who possesses a god's head, and he is venerated as the progenitor of the Arcasadara. And then there are dragons. They occupy a special place in our history. You worship dragons too? It's said that an ancestor of the satrap, that's the ruler of Razat Han, forged a covenant with a dragon divinity in ancient times. This divinity has since acted as the guardian deity of the satrap. Legends hold that if ever the satrap is in need, his dragon ally will fly to his aid. Dragon ally. Oh, is it going to be Vitra? You claim to be a terrible storyteller, but nothing could be further from the truth. The passion you bear for your faith is plain to hear. I am confident that the information you've given us will serve as well in our efforts to deal with the tower. That's very kind of you to say. Thank you. I will pray for your success. Right. I believe it's time we sought out Kryle's acquaintance, an alchemist by the name of Nidhana. According to Kryle's stories, we're to find her at a place called the Great Work, further north along the coast. Okay. Well, we know who the dragon ally deity is, which is very interesting. But also the Magus Sisters are the primal of the Matanga. That's cool. Matsuya has a shine in his eyes that wasn't there before. Did you say you're going to see Nahana? Oh, how I envy you. She's brilliant and beautiful, kind and understanding. And did I say she's beautiful? I could stare at her dainty ears and adorable trunk all day. And those eyes, when you meet her, take care you don't drown in them. Okay. I will do my best. We'll find out, though. I don't know why I ran around this house like that, but we're here. Okay. So the multitude of gods that we got going on, that makes sense. I understand that. The dragon ally also makes sense, but only if you pay attention to the trailer that the game was actually trying to portray, because Sessiion uses a very specific name for a dragon that we have not yet met, and it'll make a lot of sense if this is actually coming into fruition. We'll see what kicks in. However, can we talk about the like scenery of this place? This place is like vivid in color. To have actual purple and orange mountains, I feel like I'm in just like I don't know, just a rainbow world, like running Rainbow Road. Except this isn't Mario Kart. This is really cool though. I honestly like this a lot, and the music is amazing. It's just like, they have not yet made a song in this entire expansion that I've heard since that has been kind of like a whatever. And I, personally, love that. These folk are definitely ahead of me in terms of story progression, so we'll kind of keep seeing what's going on. Alright. In such manner did we find them. What could have befallen these people? What? If there was a battle, there's a conspicuous lack of blood. Like, what? I only saw her, like, the alchemist on the floor. I did not see these other people here. Holy crap, what happened?
What happened here?
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Thinkest thou they but slumber?
On the floor?
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
Oh, like a sleep harbor. I mean, alchemists.
We have guests. You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see. I am Vashan, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow. People of the great work, I come bearing new scales.
Scales?
Dragon scales?
We have new scales?
Yes, my friends. Gather round. I have them right here.
Oh, happy day. Now I can continue my experiment.
Many thanks.
One for me.
Those are dragon scales.
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit. Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower.
I see.
Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people?
They're gonna make a talisman that's capable of nullifying the etherical chemicals that come from the tower. There's no shot, right? We're adventurers trying to go over to the tower.
Of course! You're the one Kryl sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
At your service.
This is a day of celebration. Praise be to Cinderova.
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
Curious that it concerns you so. But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
That is well.
You must be quite familiar with Dragon King, yes?
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
Alright, people.
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not? I should like to draw a file or two, if so. Now, see here. Come along, come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
Cease your shoving, or so help me.
Oh dear, your poor companion. What with the new scales and your timely arrival, my colleagues are a little giddy with excitement.
Oh, are they?
No harm will come to him, I promise. Meanwhile, shall we find a quiet place to talk?
I mean, as long as they don't push me.
I am Vidana, the alchemist who sent the request to your mistress Kryl. We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the Great Work, where I collate our results.
I can't with that situation. It was insane. It really was.
Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
Bro, how do they push my boy Sessiion across the way because he's a dragon? Like, I'm a dragoon. Bro, they didn't do that to me. I mean, that's a W on my part. Like, sheesh. I feel bad for him. At the same time, though, I'm glad that they're making him part of the comedic relief that is this game, because if he was serious all the time, I think people would be like, I mean, I don't know. People would just be like, oh, goodness gracious, bro, like, calm down. But actually, the fact that they made him comedic effect is actually big W's, so I love that. Oh, for the days when I enjoyed such fervent adoration, but on this occasion I am glad to entrust the burden of popularity to Sessiion. 'Tis said that shellfish is ideal for those who have suffered blood loss. Mayhap we should have acquired some from Lazio. Pray pay me no mind. I am here that I may be of service, nothing more. Okay. Allow me to thank you for answering our call. Many towers have appeared around the world, and we are grateful for you that you would assist us with ours. Though Crowhurst was tied up with another investigation, Adele's is eminently capable of substitute, and we will spare no effort to aid you. So, if I understand correctly, you seek to make talismans that can nullify etheric emissions. Indeed we do. As you know, the tower emits vast concentrations of ether. One cannot go anywhere near it without being tempered. Or tempered, not tampered. Jeez. As such, we can only study the tower from afar, and are powerless to deal with it in any consequential way. In order to strike back, the satrap bade us alchemists create enchanted talismans. Talismans that will allow our soldiers to venture into the tower even should they lack innate protection. Could such a thing be possible? Admittedly, we are still in the midst of testing, but we are quite confident. Even prior to this, our people have long pursued countermeasures against the etheric corruption of primals. Of the methods tested to date, those utilizing dragon scales proved the most promising. Owing to their etherical density, the scales are highly resistive to disruptive forces. The mightier the dragon, the greater the resistance. We seek to amplify the protective property through our alchemy. Thanks to the scales provided by His Excellency, we have been able to make steady progress with the talisman. Soon we'll be ready to conduct a field test, and here is where you and your blessing of light come in. Thank you, lest you wonder. We ask only that you serve as an escort. I will explain in greater detail later, but you will be venturing into the tower's field of influence. And so, for your own safety, I would first test how well your blessing shields you, with your permission, of course. Okay. In that case, Oriandre and I will find other ways to make ourselves useful. Seeing as you do all the work to the point of collapse, I suspect you could do with seeing more hands. Or with more hands. We will be grateful for any assistance you can provide. Okay. If you're ready then, let us put your blessing to the proof. If you exit the Great Work and turn south, there will be a hill to the right, and I will meet you up there on top, seeing preparations. Okay. Testing our metal against the tower despite the facts. I mean, in fairness though, we haven't actually gone to the tower. But let's see. Turn south. Up the hill to the right. What? Okay. I hope you didn't have trouble finding this place or climbing the hill. Not all are accustomed to the physical strain. I give you the fruit of our sweat, tears, and many sleepless nights, the drunken Deepa. A Deepa is a lantern presented to the gods as an offering. Taking inspiration from the tradition, we created this device to test the talisman's efficiency. Efficacy, not efficiency. That's a wrong word. Upon activation, it will move a certain distance before emitting a powerful blast of ether. Okay. In lieu of corruption, those lacking sufficient protection will experience severe ether sickness. For your test, you will be exposed 4 times. That should be enough to ascertain your blessing protective capability. Please begin whenever you're ready. I shall begin observing from a safe distance. What? Commencing etheric exposure testing. Repeat. Okay. Return. Achieve your distance for another subject. Follow the Joker Deep's lead and try to fall behind. Okay. Reading ether, please stand back. You are struck by a powerful blast of ether, but suffered no ill effects. Cool. Subject has no irrepressible urge to empty the stomach. Confirm. Resuming test. Please follow. Cool. Subject stomach and bowel integrity hold and confirm. Resuming tests. Where are you going? This thing is like in circles. Something like the 4th one is going to be the one. You are struck by yet another powerful ether, but suffer no ill effects. Okay. Subject fortitude rated impressive. No regulated confirmed. Resuming test. Follow the bridge for sound discharge. Etheric exposure testing concluded. Please collect and deliver me to the supervising alchemist. Congratulations on retaining your composure and your humors. Thank you. Ah, you returned, and not on your knees. A promising sign. But come, let me take the Deepa off of your hands. That thing is cool. Thank you. I shall replenish this ether for when we test the talisman. So, no dizziness or nausea or anything of the sort? You're feeling perfectly fine? Then the strength of your blessing is beyond doubt. There is no risk that the tower will corrupt your ether. With this, we can request your aid for the task ahead with easy hearts. Okay. Whatever. I still wanted to change jobs, but I'm not going to do that. You are a capable warrior too, are you not? Would you be amenable to assisting me with another errand? You see, our talisman requires the use of a special ink, but we have exhausted our stores of a key ingredient for it, spirit weed. The herb grows not far from here, and I would like to go and harvest some with... With recent spate of kidnappings, however, we Arcasadora travel alone at our peril. Will you not come with me as an escort? I would compensate you for your troubles, of course. I am down. I am in your debt. Without further ado, let us head to Kajaya's footsteps. It is situated on the road which runs east of the Great Work. Okay. Oh boy. It's also hilarious, but like, I'm trying to just hide literally every single like noted conversation that's being had because I don't want any spoilers. And so far we're doing great. The only thing that's been like spoiled, that not even though technically, is like the location of ether currents, because don't know where to find those. Like by technicality. Oh well, we'll see. I may simply be imagining it, but I feel as though we're being followed. Look out! Oh shoot. Gods, but that gave me a fright. To think that the moment I ventured outside the safety of the work, thank the sisters I asked you to come with me. Oh, okay. I got the hint as well. Okay. You're alright, I hope. Good, good. Let's continue on then. It isn't far now, just through these pillars and up the rise. That thing looks so vicious, honestly. Okay. And here we are, Kajaya's footsteps. Kajaya was a great dancer, and those who follow in her, well, you know, footsteps. They come to this place to train and dedicate their dance to their ancestors. A happy benefit of this is that spirit weed grows here in abundance. I will set about harvesting it at once, if you would be so good as to stand guard. The kidnappers aren't like to return soon, but better safe than sorry. Understood. Don't fight. No. I mean, the only real thought is that we're trying to figure out the tower and the primal situation happening inside the tower, but also trying to figure out the kidnappings that are happening over here as well. That's pretty much why we're here. Okay. I had to just like double check and make sure because I was like, nothing else is really happening aside from that, but that's also like not entirely. I mean, there is like a lot though, so.
Yes, that would be Radzad Khan. Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began. The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the satrap, the trials he must be facing. Well, he is the most important person in Radzad Khan. Long ago, this island was home to two tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasodra. When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arkasodra with whom they joined forces. Together they defeated the warlike Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether. Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjord from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves.
Whoops.
It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people, but when problems arise, it is the satrap who mediates a solution.
Okay, so then, in summary, two groups, the Matanga and Gurasara. Right? Yes. Or join the Matanga and then have the Arkasajara become a thing, and then they fight together with each other, and then that's what that is right there. Now, ultimately, the satrap is direct ancestors that try to deal with the conflicts that things that happen inside the nations, but ever since a member of the satrap inherited their positioning as like an upper being, the state is run by the people, but the satrap deal with the solutions that come into place. Okay, gotcha. Okay, so you have a community village of people who like run the situation and people who like deal with the problems. Okay, that doesn't make sense in your brain, but it does in mine.
The stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed Radzad Khan to thrive all these years. And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen.
What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios.
I come all this way to admire one of my splendid towers, and what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets.
the heck did you come from?
I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name? Oh, something? Oe? Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail?
Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans. And yet, I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal? Complications be damned, for we cannot escape the nature of our souls. And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
So what, he's just chilling on top of Thavnia trying to figure out how they're going to deal with the tower? I can understand that. But like, yo, where the fuck did he come from? He's just chilling on top of a mountaintop waiting for us to see what happens when we go to the tower? There's no way, right? Alright. This guy's griefing. I have enough spirit to last us a good while. Thank you for keeping watch. Let's head back to the great work, shall we? We could. As concerned as I am about literally what I just witnessed. Because Fandaniel apparently now is trying to admire his work, and then people trying to figure out how to deal with the influence of the tower. Understood, but then also he has that curiosity of how will they be able to figure out this tower situation considering they have no knowledge of it, and also just, you know, kind of praying to whatever. But he said that there's people trying to, you know, that we're trying to figure out how to ward off the magic or the etherical tempering that comes from the towers. But that he said that, oh, Owen, he did the okay, he did the research on tempering. Okay. So his concern is that they're going to figure out how to counterproduct his work when it comes to these towers, and so I guess now he's going to probably see like, oh, like how will they figure this out? But also, if he is his own worst enemy, allowing it to figure it out instead of preventing them from doing so, you know, he's just going to have to wait and see what happens. Because I'm sure he's just going to let them go ahead and figure it out, or at least he's going to let them just experiment and see what the results are, whether or not the scale talisman thing actually quells it or not. Not too sure, but alas, here we are. Okay. Give me 30 seconds. One second. My mic was muted. Cool. As I was saying, my thanks again for your assistance. With your help, we were able to be a little bit closer to completing the talisman. This isn't much, but please accept it as a token of my gratitude. Boom. About to say, where'd the crew go? But I mean, where was he? Little does Hana know that she's about to send you on another. Oh, Jesus! Thank you. Alright, new errand time. If you will excuse me, I shall return to my work on the talisman. Ah, you're both back. Excellent. Hey! That's Rashan. I have a message for you, Mistress Nadana. It would seem the stores of Giant Skull are running low. What? But when I looked, there was still plenty. I suspect that was before Orianji told everyone about their tempering cure, and Estinian shared his knowledge of dragons. Your peers have since been inspired to fashion a number of new talisman prototypes. I see. Well, if it leads to new possibilities, then far be it for me to complain. But we will need to replenish our stores. I should be happy to tend to this if you like. As much as I appreciate the offer, my dear boy, I can't in good conscience send you out there alone while kidnappers are at large. Loath though I am to press another task on you so soon, might I ask you to fetch the Giant Skull? In case you're not familiar, Giant Skull is a type of ore found on the island. Owing to its hardness and ethereal conductivity, it has applications in many disciplines, alchemy not least of all. The quarry where it is found, aptly named Giant Skull Ground, isn't far away, so it shouldn't take much of your time. May we impose on you once more? I got it. Thank you. Upon arriving at the grounds, please seek out a man named Zenuya. He will furnish you with your... Zenuha, that's a cool name. At the very least, permit me to accompany you. It so happens I have an errand on my own that will take me to the outpost nearby. May we borrow a pair of Hamsa, Mistress Dana? By all means, do try to be patient with them. Those that still arrived are still in training. I will bring the Hamsas to the entrance. Meet me there when you're ready. Hamsa. I almost wonder what that is, but we'll see. I was going to say it was look a little, see, I know he said pair, so I'm thinking two, but alchemist or dancer. Do you have a moment, adventurer? One of my colleagues has gone missing. She said she was going to Kadai Footsteps to get a bit of exercise, but she hasn't come back. I'd go search for her, but it's almost time for a shift change, and I can't very well leave the kiln to operate itself. Could you fetch her and find her for me? Sounds good. You're too kind. She should be in Kadai Footsteps. Keep an eye out for a here with black hair. Okay, I'm sure she'll be happy to see you. She was out the last time you were by, and she was devastated that she missed out on a chance to meet one of the students of Sessiion. Okay. Bro, that bird is big. Alright, Rashan. Let's make moves, boy. Here are our Hamsa. If the creatures look familiar, it's because they are close akin to you. Oh, the dodos! Ah, okay, okay. Hounds have long been kept as livestock in Thavnir, and many a hatchery may be found here. Alas, the largest of these was recently raised by monsters from the tower. On account of said hatchery being situated near the tower, the Radiant Host repurposed its remnants as an outpost. That is where my errand takes me, and your own destination is but a stone's throw away. If you have no objections, let us make for the outpost. We set forth at your word. Let's go! Are you ready? Then let's depart. You only need to ride and relax my bird, and I will take the lead for yours to follow. Yo, my legs are so widespread. Let's be up here before. Be warned of a wobbling gait. Yo, I'm in pain right now. How my birds look. Yeah, my legs are insane. This is the most intriguing bird ever. That spectacular formation stretching out over the water is Khadga, which one whose sword. Sword legend holds wielded by the Montier against Marad before its cast on conflict's end. Okay. Wow. That thing is huge. To the left, requiring no introduction, is the tower. As you can see, it straddles a small isle. Okay. Bruh, this dodo thing is definitely a meme. Almost there. The main part of the hatchery is the top of the cliff post itself on the beach. I honestly love that they're like giving you a tour of the area. And if that bird fights me, never mind. The way how I'm on this bird is absolute pain. I can't imagine as like a Rothgar or a Rogadin being big and burly and riding this Hamza bird has me. I'm shocked. I can't. I'm not ready for that at all. That's actually hilarious. And here we are, manned by the Radiant Hosts. This outpost is our first line of defense against the tower. Sorry, me. I didn't want to kick my cable for my monitor, and yeah. I wonder if we're going to go through this dungeon first before we even reconvene back at the whatchamacallit. There's no way, but... Well, who should it be but young Varshan on an errand for the satrap? I am. His Excellency bade me to come collect your report. He also wished to express his heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women of Radiant Host for their unflagging dedication. We simply do our duty, but we are honored to receive His Excellency's regard. And yet, for his boundless benevolence, his treatment of one so young could be regarded as callous. Though we have enjoyed relative peace and calm these past few days, this remains the front line of battle. No place for children. Your predecessor too often traveled alone. It's been, what, 2 years now since you took over? I wonder how the fellow is faring. Like those before him, he went on to represent the satrap in foreign lands. Wherever now he may be, I am certain he is well. As for myself, I assure you that all I do of my own volition, and gladly I pray you do not think ill of His Excellency. Certainly not, lad. Whatever happens, my faith in satrap is unwavering, but still, I worry for you. We would be overcome with sadness if something were to befall you, for you are as a little brother to us all. Take care, do you hear? I will, Nabadine. Thank you. And who might this be? Not Hainish by the look of her. Permit me to introduce Adele Blood of the Oyozian contingent come to assist in the making of the talisman. Right, we're testing the talisman as well over here. From Oyozia, you say. Towers have appeared over there too, yes? Tell me, what is the situation like? May I suggest that you exchange information with our soldiers? Both parties would stand to learn something of value, I believe. An excellent idea. Given the unprecedented nature of the threat, some of ours are understandably anxious. We would be glad for any tidings you can share. You two, bring Varshan the latest report and answer any questions he may have. Sorry, I like kind of brain farted. Oh right, we're getting the giant skull. Got it. Okay, I was like, we're not touching the talisman here technically. We're trying to get the giant skull from over here. All appears quiet with the tower at the moment. I dare say the soldiers won't mind if you approach them. Okay, that's why I was kind of like, what? We're good. We're good. It occurs to me I have yet to properly introduce our company. We are the Radiant Host, a military order under the Satrap's command. Our duty is to preserve peace in the land, be it patrolling the streets or dealing with heretofore unknown threats such as now. We train hard and admit only capable warriors to our ranks. Even so, we've struggled to contend with the fiends from the tower. Though we succeeded in striking them down on the 2 occasions they came in force, we have to pay a heavy price. What are the towers in Eorzea? Do they likewise spawn monsters? They do, but also those are like certain deities though, so it's pretty much the same everywhere elsewhere. With every nation struggling, we cannot expect calls for outside aid to be answered. Do you wish to know about the tower? To be honest, we know little and less about it ourselves. The Tower of Zot, as folk have taken to calling it, suddenly appeared where it did on the Isle of Narunair. Why does the tower... I mean, the Tower of Zot is FF4 thing, I know that, but I feel like it's something else. I mean, I don't know. I'm getting vibes from something else, but I can't remember it. We're safe from its influence at this distance, but too far into the water and you'll expose yourself to its corrupting ether. You're a foreigner, aren't you? How are they dealing with the tower over in your homeland? Well, we're also maintaining our distance from it. Our struggles are not unique. Then our hopes still lie with the talismans. We must keep the monsters contained until they're ready. Ah, I've heard about you. The visitor from Eorzea. Is there anything you can tell us about the Telophoroi? We know that they're the ones behind the tower, and that they've declared war on the whole world, but why are they doing this? What is it that they want? This we don't understand. Well, crazy Sessiion trying to recreate the final days, so they want to die and just take everyone with them? What madness is this? Oh, right. I mean, that's what Daniel said, so... Well, you can bet that they won't let those bastards have their way. We'll fight them with everything we have, like our Eorzean and Far Eastern brothers. I guess it makes sense because if the Sharlayans don't know about the final days, the Davnarians won't either, so... Finished speaking with the soldiers, have you? I hope it was as enlightening for you as it was for them. As a natural nature and trading hub both, Razathan ordinarily receives a steady stream of news from abroad. Alas, the stream dried up when trading vessels stopped coming. Amidst the dearth of information, everyone will have been grateful for your account. But come, you had best see to your original errand, as mine will keep me here a while longer. However, I'm afraid I cannot guide you the rest of the way. Worry not, the path is straightforward. You need but follow the road east. Upon the Hamza, you will arrive before you know it. Brief though it was, I enjoyed our time together. Till we meet again. That last monster that came out of the tower lay waste to the hatchery, slaughtering many good Hamza. The poor creatures didn't deserve it. Man. Though the Hamza appears to want to return home, it reluctantly offers you its back. Should you become separated from your steed, speak with the Radiant Beastkeeper at the Hamza hatchery to mount it again. Sure. I like this music. Bruh, this had me like lost for a second. Okay, I'm here. Bro, this is the music you get for running a Hamza? This is amazing. Literally though, my concern is the legs. My legs are incapable right now. Oh my goodness, I'm such a derp. Alright. Hey! Okay. Parkour! Leave me alone, don't worry about me right now. No sooner do you arrive at your destination than the Hamza dashes off. That works though. Zenuha. Okay. Alright, this is indeed the Giant Skull grounds, and I am Zenuha. Is there something you require? I need a giant skull for Nidhana. For the alchemists, you say, but of course they shall have it. They labor tirelessly to deal with the tower, and 'tis the least we can do to provide them with the materials that they need. Thank you. Tipping the scale. He's already got the sack for me. Oh, here you are. A sack the purest giant skull. We will always set some aside for our alchemist friends. That was easy, I thought. When you deliver it, let the good folk of the Great Work know that we're grateful for their efforts. If they need more, they need but ask. I'm intrigued. I honestly was thinking we had to go fight something to like acquire them, but if they've just given them to us, then like W. We here already. Okay. Ah, welcome back. Dare I hope you have the giant skull? Yes, indeed. I even not know what they are. Oh my, such fine specimens. Thank you so much for bringing these. We now have everything we need to make our next prototype. One that should be capable of passing our most rigorous tests. When it's ready, it'll be time for the true test, so please take your ease while you can. Okay.
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well. You have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed. I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavner, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat. Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we?
I mean...
They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration. The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think. Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea. And yet, when spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts?
I mean...
There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope, and no words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear. Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that. What is it? What did you see? Fandaniel, are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
It holds. The vessel holds. This is the one.
At long last.
This is not good.
Look! We have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments. We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
Thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field. It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place. To accompany me to the Tower of Zot.
Oh, I don't like that.
Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me. Or knock me senseless.
I don't like this.
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
Nidana, are you certain you wish to do this?
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example. But should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away. Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Okay. Very concerned.
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there.
The order of how this is all going down has me very concerned about how we go into the first dungeon. Because the first dungeon is definitely going to be the tower. But we haven't even, like, gotten there yet. I'm so keen on the idea that, like, we're just going to end up... I don't know. Something in the measure. But there's not been any indication about how we actually entered the dungeon. Because, like, the dungeon has to be, like, a level 81 dungeon, obviously, which makes sense. But, like, this order of how we're doing things doesn't give me any implication that we're going to be going there right away. Because, like, it has to be when we bring everybody back. You know, once we do our investigation in Sharlayan and over here in Thavnia, then we go do the first dungeon. Because that's what it also was with Holminster Switch in Shadowbringers. That makes sense. But the fact that we're kind of veering over here anyways already, like I said, it brings me some kind of concern. I strongly suspect that... Actually, we can keep going this way. I strongly suspect that it's not going to actually go down like that. Which is also a concern to me. So we'll see. Dude, that tower though is freaking gigantic, man. And then there's this is the sword. It looks really sick though. This is the most insane looking tower, like, ever. Like, to see it up close and personal right here, right now, this is nutty. But actually, like, look at that thing. Okay. This is a rather finer boat than I had expected, but I won't complain. All that remains is to board and be on our way. Oh, and if I should become corrupted, do not stay your hand, of course. I pray it does not come to that, but you must protect yourself. Other alchemists can fulfill my role, but you and your blessing are one of a kind, and perhaps our only hope for toppling this tower. For all of our sakes, do not hesitate to do what must be done, whatever that may be. Well, I will. The longer I draw this out, the more nervous I become. Let's be off. Okay. Like, it's not even an instant. I was waiting for it to be an instant. But okay.
We should soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence.
Okay.
Any moment now. It's working! And you are still yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if you could.
This is not good. This is not good. I'm telling you right now, this is not good. This is not going to bode well for her.
So far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance. A few more steps. Praise be to the sisters, we made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be. Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets.
What? Are you kidding me? Look at the Matanga. You son of a...
Let me go! Let me go! Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that. Stop! Oh, you can't do this! Please!
No.
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid. The similarities are striking. My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased. My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting. Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one about Van Daniel, the sundered Sessiion. I inherited the position and the soul of the Van Daniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking.
Wait, what?
Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me. Eventually, I was recruited into the Sessiions and imbued with the former Van Daniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am. How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Sessiion embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded.
A rebirthing of his own former self?
I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allegan ruin or two. Yes? Then I expect you've heard of me. The old me.
At your service.
What? Are you serious? He's the
Imagine a nation of unbridled prosperity. Every need met, day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace.
He's the old king.
Existence fulfilled and ripe for decay.
You are a genius without peer, Amon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments? That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing. Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter we struggled to breathe.
No more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work. But it was not their only indulgence. were ever hungry for stimulation. Slaves to the slightest hint that amusement was afoot. Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged.
What?
I resurrected a legend. Our first and greatest emperor.
From the Third Era.
And just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest. An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards, always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
Heed me, Armon.
We're going back in time to the Third Era?
No matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault, all is rendered meaningless by death.
A sundered Sessiion that was recreated based off of the Third King that was the first, or the Third Era King that was the first Emperor?
In the end, all is lost.
That's ridiculous.
You know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war, and so I have come to claim you. For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work. And as fortune would have it, the seat of Fandaniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation. Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself.
That's what it is. That actually makes some sense. I mean, it makes more sense now than it did beforehand, but the thing is that if you try and do the World of Darkness series, like, it doesn't actually, like, match up, because...
See what lies ahead.
Amon took the seat of Fandaniel as the sundered Sessiion, reborn as the first king.
The fall of the Empire affirmed the truth. Majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw. Scheme as you like, build as you will, nothing endures. What is life but a brief jaunt ending in emptiness?
The first emperor was an Sessiion.
So easily distracted. Why, I almost left without saying farewell. As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primates. If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades. We shall meet again! Not in one of these minor spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see.
That's nutty. The first emperor during the Third Era was going to take the seat of Fandaniel. In a sundered ass lost its seat because it was vacant and open, which means that the real the first Fandaniel was something happened to them. And so Amon made a clone of himself in the Crystal Tower, or Circus Tower, to see what would happen in that case scenario. And then he took over the seat of Fandaniel. So that means that like the Sessiions are not just like named, but they're also titles. Sorry, I sped read that. He said something gone awry. What happened? Obviously, Nidhana got taken by Fandaniel, and so he was like, "Damn Fandaniel!" So he wanted to do more, but you were right to return here first. We must tread warily lest we endanger Nidhana and the other captives. The satrap of Razahan. First, we must inform everyone of the situation, Nidhana's colleagues included. I'll call them together for a gathering, but I think it would be best if you were the one to explain. Oh, Nidhana. That's crazy. Can you answer me this? Though Nidhana trapped in the tower, she's still alive, yes? Then we must make warding scales, as many as we can. The prototype worked perfectly. This Nidhana proved a peril to herself. So let's make more scales, that she and all of those who were taken might be saved. Aye, as alchemists, this is how we will help win the fight. My friends, the satrap has been made aware of the tragedy. He offers his heartfelt condolences and reiterates his pledge to provide you with all that you require. To that end, he bade me give you this link pearl that he might personally discuss the production of warding scales with you. And for our Eorzean visitors, I bear an invitation. In her report, Mistress Nidhana noted the vital contributions to the talisman's creation, or your vital contributions. This fact came on the satrap's attention, and in recognition of your deeds, he wishes to meet you. Huh. In addition to thanking you in person, he would also discuss further avenues of collaboration. And so, if it is agreeable, will you not accompany me to Razahan for an audience with His Excellency? We should be honored, of course. Closer cooperation between our lands can only be to the benefit of all. Then it is settled. Please come to the gates east of Giant Skull Ground, and I will show you into the city. Okay. So we're preparing to go into the dungeon, or into the tower, in order to try and rescue the Matanga that are trapped in there, along with... I get it. Which means that they partially succeed in... Okay. I understand this. You took a nap? Okay, well, I mean, power to you. We've been awake since this has started. How far did you get? I was so tired, only has 1 hour of sleep. I mean, I understand that, honestly. No shame there. I'm a little ahead of you. Just finished both starter quests. Okay, yeah. I'm definitely getting towards the end of that, so I understand that. Okay, cool. Well then, I'm catching up. That's good. Okay, can we talk about? Did you pick up any hints when you finished the old Sharlayan side? Same here. I've been kind of mentally thinking about the theories as well. Not about the twins, but about the forum. like my concern is not really about the twins in terms of what happens to them in the future. My concern is not really the future theories. My concern is the active theories. So I haven't really thought about the twins as much as I thought about like what's been going on and being revealed to us. Yeah, the forum I have thoughts. The theories about the twins I'm not really too sure. Also, their mom is my entire that's my mom. Yeah, that's my mom right there. Yeah, but they made it pretty clear that the twins are definitely like gonna go through some nonsense. When? No idea, but like it's gonna happen. Listen, I understand. I really do. So we'll find out. Hoping to get built to sure. Okay. I can understand. I think I understand what you mean, because I'm not gonna lie to you. I also noticed that detail, despite the fact that they said nothing in reference to it. But the depiction of what they were showcasing image-wise, I think I understand. And if so, girl, it's gonna be. It's not gonna be okay. It's not. I got teary-eyed during that same scene, but like for a different reason. But I definitely peeped what I think you're thinking about. So I don't even want to think about that right now. I'm not even kidding you. I don't even want, because I'm honestly being mind blown by what's happening currently. That I can't even profess the future of what's gonna happen in the expansion. I can't. Yeah. Oh, okay. That's cool. No, see, so I kind of already suppose that, like, they. Here's the thing, though. They haven't revealed to us exactly why, because her name hasn't been released yet. At least not in the, like, they haven't used her name in the story. Her intentions are still not present. We understand that, like, that she's trying to relay a message to both her and Kryl, but there's still, everyone's got schemes right now. Everyone's no. I know that, but they haven't done it in the game. That's what I mean. They haven't done it in the game. Everyone is still referring to her as Heidelin, so she hasn't revealed her true name to who she truly is. So I think that that's creating a segue as to like what's really about to go down with her towards later on in the story, because even to us and to Kryl by communication, they still haven't told us who, like, her name hasn't even been revealed to us even still then. So exactly. So I honestly think that the soul of Vana is not being like disclosed to us just yet. We're still in the middle of talking to Heidelin. She's the one who's communicating to us, but it's not Vana, which I understand that. Yeah. Because here's the thing, she's putting in a lot of effort to showcase herself by appearance, but she can't do anything besides that. So it's like she's making it very clear who she is, the one that's like, calling the shots low key. Like Heidelin's calling the shots, but in terms of Vana's soul and what she's actually trying to portray to us, like message wise, that hasn't been revealed to us, because she hasn't revealed to us either who she is, and nobody knows that Vana is Vana besides the fact that it's just Heidelin. So I think that there's still something happening that we are not yet aware of, even as players and in the story, which they'll probably reveal to us at some point later on, of course. So I don't know. I honestly have no idea, because when she took over Kryl, I was kind of like, right, she did, and so That's 7 splits. Yes, exactly. 7 times has she tried to quell the whole entire situation. But I think remember, because like whenever a calamity occurs and the shard gets rejoined, kind of thing, Heidelin gets weaker and Zodiac gets stronger. That's obviously like kind of what happens in terms of what's going on with the whole situation. But the other Ascians have not done that exactly. So that's the reason why it brings me concern that like the soul, like Heidelin is honestly trying to hold on as much as she can with the little power she actually has left, because there's something that's going to happen with Venat that we're not aware of, like 100%. I don't know what it is, but something is going to happen, and then when it does, it's going to be mind-blowing. Because like deep down, they've already showcased to you who she is. Whether her intentions are present or not, they haven't told us anything. We're still like in the mindset of Heidelin, which is very fair. But yeah, because now I'm wondering like what is the whole purpose between what she's doing? That's completely unclear to me. Because again, like they're kind of distracting the section behind that with what's happening over here in Thavnair, and also with the Forum in Sharlayan. Because I'm not really trying to like predict what's going on. I'm just kind of adhering to what they're telling me just story wise. I'm just paying attention to what they're telling me story wise. So Fandaniel thing threw me way the fuck off. Holy crap, it threw me off. I was not prepared for them to be talking about the first Emperor in that whole spiel. Because like it didn't really create any kind of, there's no recognition about the fact that like the first Emperor and Fandaniel being a thing. Like there's no indication until they actually just kind of threw it at you. So I mean the trailer might have said like something, but I mean it told me nothing. So because I mean you have the relationship with Xenos, but to make the connection to the first Emperor, I mean like it's quite the feat to be able to make that connection. Because on the basis level, they at least like kind of set it forth and was like, oh yeah, like you know, Xenos and Fandaniel are tag teaming up or something that you know Fandaniel needs like the power of, but they haven't, you know, they didn't really kind of make the indication that it's been around as like an implication from like a family line. I mean, because you know the thing is that the Garlands have been around since the beginning of time, right? But like I didn't think that they were going to make the connection stretch that far back. So I was very shocked that they even went all the way over there. Because they mentioned the Von Darnus line, which I understood that. And that actually did make like a little bit of sense to me when I was reading about it. But the whole thing with like... Because I was reading about the first Emperor even before this trailer came out. And I was like, it's honestly a possibility that like that has been like part of survivability since the beginning of time, despite the fact that like, because in the World of Darkness there's clones of Xandi inside in the fight, which I was like, what if the Circus Tower one is also a clone? You know what I mean? I was like, that'd be kind of nutty. So when they showcased Fandaniel as that situation, I was crazed about it. It was amazing though. He made a mention to being around from the start of Garlemald. Right, but the thing is that I didn't think that it was going to be that far back, though. Because, you know, the whole conception of, like, them and the Ascians and all that kind of spiel, too, is, like... I was like, man, there's... Like, how far back does this actually go? Because even when we were doing history, backtracking in Sharlayan, talking about the freaking... About the Forum and their whole mission with the entity that they have, or the duty that they have that's involving the freaking ethereal sea, I was very, very shocked by that. Right. But like I said, the connection of how that was taking into place, like, you know, you had to like shoot in the dark about that pretty hardcore to be able to even like ascertain and figure that out. That's why I had no idea even after I read it. And I know that I'm a derp when it comes to like knowledge and history and whatever, but like the connection was like presently flickering, but the knot has been there, is like present now. Like it's very present that like that connection is actually solidified. Because again, like it's a flickering thought in the brain. You're like, oh, like maybe it's because of the fact that it's involving the first emperor, but you wouldn't immediately think about that until you actually like sitting there, and now you're like, holy crap, you know what I mean? So legit doing math in Excel sheets for Sage, girl, don't do that. What are you gonna do with that? just let the people do the nonsense, because honestly, the race hasn't even started. So like, I mean, sure, I get that. And listen, your obsession with Endwalker makes total sense, and I 110,000% support you in every single way, shape, and form. That's a beautiful thing. See, because the thing is, like, you're more likely to theory craft, even like far in advance of what's going on. I'm just ready to have them tell me what's going on, because I've been reacting to everything all day. This has been the best expansion in terms of theory crafting on the beginning side of things. They've been laying the groundwork since mission 1, and I love that, because they kind of were doing it in Shadowbringers, but also they kind of not really. You know, it kind of just like threw you inside of like a they threw you into Lakeland, just ready to deal with whatever's going to come, and then you have to deal with some stuff randomly, and then they kind of threw you into all of it. But now, like, mission 1, quest 1, they're already throwing at you this theory's happening, or this situation, and it's amazing. I love this expansion. I think I love this expansion honestly more than Shadowbringers and Heavensward. And we ain't even at Dungeon 1, and there's so much more, so much more. Exactly. So like, we're gonna literally have the full story solidified and complete by the end of the game. So I already understand the other boss trial. It makes perfect sense if that's exactly what it is. They've already told us who it is. So my body's ready for that. And dude, I just want to know what the ending is gonna be. Like, at this point, we're not even in the first dungeon, and there's already so much information. I know. That's the real truth, right? We gotta sit down, shut up, and just play the game. That's the hardest part, though, because honestly, like, it's insane. For someone who skips what? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I mean, I'm sure he's already completed the game, right? Because he pretty much, like, skipped everything. Oh, listen, I honestly expect that... Oh, no? Okay. I expect... Here's the thing. Despite the changes that have come job-wise, a lot of them have seen, like, very just, quality of life changes. I expect trials and raids especially to be, like, ridiculous this tier. I honestly hope that they're on a level that, like, even beforehand, like, it pales in comparison. Like, because I understand that, like, Shiva and Promise were, like, ridiculously hard. And, I mean, Titan was also, like, kind of a nightmare in the beginning until you kind of got familiar with it. I hope that P1 through 4 just, like, blow every single raid out of the water and even trumps, like, Alexander type levels. Because, they can do it. They honestly should do it. I'll tell you why, though. I'll tell you why. The only reason why that's the case is because there was no checkpoint in 4. That's the only problem. If there was no checkpoint in 12, bro, that would have been a ridiculous situation all in itself. But the way how they kind of layered the first fight migrating into the second fight, you kind of couldn't have a checkpoint, which is, like, weird as hell, I would say. But, like, the thing is that, like, the first part of 12 was the hardest part. The second part of 12 was kind of, like, chaotic, but, like, you can figure it out once you actually understand what's going on. But in E4, like, part 1 wasn't the hardest part. It was part 2 and part 3. Especially part 2. Like, part 2 sucked. With Uplift 1 and 2, Uplift 1 and 2 were insanely hard if you couldn't figure it out correctly. Because also the damage differentiation for that fight specifically, like, literally, if you couldn't kill by Origenesis, it was a wrap. Especially because even with Merry-Go-Round situation, with the part 3, like, that part was still extraordinarily hard. And if you died, that was it. You had to go to the beginning. So there was no punches being pulled there. I mean, I think personally between, like, 4, 8, and 12, Shiva is the hardest out of those 3. I think so. Like, I don't want to say that 12 wasn't. Actually, I don't know. Let me think about that because you got Titan. I would say 12 is the hardest mechanic wise in terms of endurance, but I think it's because there's a checkpoint. It's the easiest of the three, but if there was no checkpoint, it would definitely be the hardest. Yes, that's what I think so too. I think Titan is well, no. What I say? I said Shiva. Okay, I said Shiva Titan Promise. That's what I would say. Yeah, I would say that. I mean, I don't disagree with you either. Like I think four is not pushover. Like 4 is still extremely hard by comparison. But between like I think Shiva versus Titan, like mechanic wise, I think Shiva was kind of insane. I mean, healing. I mean, listen, I understand that to the degree. I think I'm meaning more like mechanic wise. I think mechanically speaking, Shiva was pretty nutty compared to Titan. But like difficulty wise in totality, I can agree with your comparison. I think that's what I would say. I think so. But other than that, though, bruh. Who knows? We don't even know what the fights are for P1 through 4. We have not a single clue as to what they are. We still gotta deal with the freaking extreme trials, and we gotta grind all that stuff before we can even dive into anything else with the fights. So like, yeah. Well, there's no way of knowing for sure, but I mean, we'll see. Our clues are in the lore of the calendar of my people thingy Zodiac. Oh yeah, with I mean that's also the Alliance raid. So, all right, let's get into it. Okay. Oh yeah, do you think? When I last visited, the city was brimming with life. I expect the tower has dampened the mood somewhat. Right, we're talking to Varshan because we gotta go talk to Razat Han because of the fact that the Han got captured by Fandania. Fandania apparently is the first king of the Garlean line, which is insanity, and yeah, we're trying to figure out how to cooperate. Cool. Be it here or in Eorzea, all share the desire to deliver the captives. Thus, united, I pray that we may join in common cause with the satrap. Of the satrap, I only know the common tidbits that though the position is hereditary, it is not considered sovereign, and that, despite possessing considerable authority, he wields it sparingly. Oh, the satrap is, though it's a hereditary, he's not considered a sovereign, and that, despite possessing considerable authority, he wields it sparingly. Okay. Okay. Given the esteem in which locals hold him over, it's safe to assume that he's good at his job, but you can do far worse for an ally. While present, let us proceed. Owing to the threat of the tower, the city is currently in a state of high alert, and strict restrictions are in place for entry. Though you have been granted special permission, I ask that you remain close to me at all times. Okay. That's fair.
A vast rock squats upon Favnir, and to its stony surface clings the city of Rads at Han. Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye. The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things. Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun. The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet. Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets.
Oh shoot!
But no such scenes to savor now. To what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
Here we are, Megadota.
This is a cool palace.
It seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside. Your Excellency, may I present our honored visitors?
Ah, splendid. Most splendid. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ahawan, Satrap of Radzatan.
Bro, there's a bunch of auras, man. This is amazing. I mean, I get it, though.
Tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale. Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude. A regrettable incident indeed. Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nidana and the others. I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
I think not.
Sessiion,
This
hello?
charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
What? What do you mean?
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
Nay, he hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
The dragon?
As you wish.
No way, right? It's Vitra.
You travel as assistants to the students of Valdesian, but you are known to me. Even here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Yo, it's Yo.
And for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
All right, I'm here. I just want to acknowledge that that was like a thing. Okay, I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here.
Vritra, of the first brood, sibling to Hraesvelga and Nidhogg.
Aye, mine elder brothers, of Midgard's former spawn. I was last to hatch.
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told Rads at Han had an alliance with the dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the satrap's own hall.
That's the most ridiculous situation ever. How are you just chilling in... Okay.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively. In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone. In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair. Next to arrive with the Aura, adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence and respect. And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured. Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility. When it seemed all would be drowned in blood, Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict. A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Rads at Han.
Okay.
But if Vritra is still here, then your position as satrap is just...
It's just a placeholder for him.
A charade, yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
Many envy the great worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end.
Right, because they worship him as like a deity, not as like actually being like the king.
I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who join me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
Your eye. It was taken.
By
Tis here, buried within a semblance of flesh.
Is this like an entity of Vitra that kind of roams about as a...
The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Razatan. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my will.
Yo, this is crazy. Okay. Of course it is. Like, I mean, no wonder, because literally he's being treated like a prince this entire time. Even, oh my. Alright. Alright.
That would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
I am woven with words fashioned to deceive such arcane senses. Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered, Estinian warm blood. From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another. Yet did neither one of us bear his fangs. That is all I need know of thee for now.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Rats at Harn. With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence. Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
Right, they can't go really in because the tower is too small on the inside.
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a sure path before me. Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Pagalthan and Cartanau, I am told. 'Tis upon that strength I would call. The Scions have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear. Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions. And should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales.
Go
I
nuts
worry,
on every
however,
tower.
that even the four of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
There it is. Okay.
'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go, steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charm.
That's how we get into the first dungeon.
It seems a quick trip back to Sessiion is in order.
Yo, they've just been dropping bombs left and right. It's amazing. Estinian's pissed, bro.
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Rads at Harn, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
I am in thy debt.
Yo, that's the most insane nonsense yet. One after another. To think that we would actually see Vitra as the ruler of Razahan. Like, yo, that has been a thing in this game by conception. I mean, not the fact that he's a dragon ruler and also whatever, but like for the longest time. He's only ever been mentioned in like archives. To still be alive and actually be actively alive and ruling a nation in secret. Oh my gosh. Yo, I can't. Okay. Let's rejoin our conversation with Charlie and must share a super crew for our furry instance. Yeah, so yeah. Oh, and if you haven't already done so, be sure to turn the ether right here before departing, unless of course you enjoy violent nausea. So, I'm glad that they also give people the reminder, because I feel like too many people are gonna continuously forget that. So we at least have both of these. That's good. I'll come get, like I said, I'm gonna come get the ether stuff like later. But I just remembered they mentioned this. Where is it? It's under duty, collection, and ether compass. There we go. Now I can find all these ether compass. I mean, I'm gonna do it later. Oh, what? Bruh, I mean, I'm gonna do it, but like, that's just going from Charlene to Thav. Like, I mean, it's across the nation, but like, new areas. I figured that they were not gonna have us go through this kind of a length. Okay, I mean, sheesh. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna friggin' register this on over Idleshire easily. I should have done the same thing for the other place, but it's okay. We'll deal with it later. I almost wonder, like, now that the game is currently being played by people and it's already like 1 o'clock, like at least East Coast time, you know, how are the servers, or how is the queue now in terms of the game? I feel like I need somebody to let me know out of curiosity. I mean, don't risk your, you know, your own queue or playtime to figure it out. But I am curious. I will not be finding out. Not at this point. Cool. Don't think for a moment that Uncle's Alpha's weapons are far more suited to him than me. Oh, okay. We left for his much more for us. I'll go for some fighting and lost once ever trying to think hard with you. It's been how come in love you. Okay. And beat him with the same ether I proved. It's a moonstone in obsidian. Too difficult to grasp into something. Okay. For us to be responsible for the skills and health of you'll be pure healers after all. We were million on the outskirts would essentially up in the affair. Yeah. As curious as I am to learn the truth of this duty, I wonder what else the form is hiding. A calamitous secret was always on the theory you'll see. Duplicity aside, however, I do not believe that Master Fortunato remains as ill. Even the harsh words he had for his children's team, not from anger, but I think desperation. Yeah, that's exactly what I think also. Vitra and his alchemists have prepared us for the forays of the tower, but when it comes to what you see. The Arcadesora language into law for chains doth warn us of the nature of our foe. It is the gods of Thanir who will be summoned toward us. Yeah. It makes sense. The conflict between his heart and his eyes been passed. Though they were brothers, is not bearing news of my view of Vitra. Above us, he's a leader of men and not an enemy. He would hardly dedicate his life to this endeavor if he bore kind any ill will. Just as I was getting used to balmy Thavnir, we're back in chilly Sharlayan. Take care not to catch your death, eh? We need you for the battles to come. Now then, everyone appears to be here, so let's take stock of all the developments and discoveries. Aha. And there's the 81 quest. Okay, perfect. Since there have been progress in both investigations, shall we share the findings from our respective locales? Locales? I said locals.
Your time in Thavnir has certainly been eventful. In my opinion, carrying out Vitra's request and assaulting the Tower of Zot should be our highest priority.
I agree. While I still have questions concerning the Forum and their grand undertaking, we have all but exhausted our avenues of investigation. Simply pressing them any harder on the subject will almost certainly result in our expulsion. Therefore, I suggest we explore the ethereal sea connection by way of a letter to Master Matoya, then make our way to Thavnir.
I wonder, even with the protection these talismans afford us, what can we hope to achieve once inside the tower? According to Orenvold and Frodola's report, they were unable to free the Emolja. Worse, their attempts triggered the tower's defenses, which led to a summoning of Luna Afrit.
What does it tell us that the Spires even have such defenses? Simply pulling a prisoner from the wall is fatal, thus the direct approach is doomed to failure from the outset. Any further measures to dissuade such actions seem unnecessary. Unless, of course, there is a way to free the prisoners without killing them. Then it stands to reason that any intruders will be met with overwhelming force.
The towers appeared throughout the world in but the twinkling of an eye. 'Twas by magical means these structures were raised, I surmise. A spire thus conjured must needs be maintained, and I suspect an arcane catalyst, some manner of core, doth lie hidden within. Destroy the core, and the tower ceaseth to be, thus liberating the captives without harm.
So we can hope. And I would prefer to enter the tower with a working theory than with no plan at all.
Assuming Ishtola's reasoning is correct, the chances of the defenses remaining dormant are small to none. Any primals will have to be dealt with, and defeating one will likely only lead to the summoning of another. Our every victory will only compound the prisoner's suffering.
May we not then divide our forces? Those proficient in healing will focus on sustaining the captives. That duty can be covered by Urianger, Cryo, Yostola, and myself. The remaining Scions will proceed with the search for the core. Admittedly, this strategy puts both parties at greater risk, but it should bolster our chances of saving the Arcosodra by a considerable margin. If you're to fight primals, then you'd best have at least one healer with you.
And I am more than happy to fulfill that role. I found wielding a sage's armament to be rather intuitive, and look forward to testing them against a more challenging foe.
It seems we have a plan. All that remains is to carry it out. I will inform Radzithan of our movements, so let us make our preparations and regroup near the tower.
The military post in what's left of the Hamsa hatchery should serve as a convenient staging point.
That sounds perfect. And remember, the experimental aetherite at the confluence is there for those who need it, so there's no excuse for being late.
Let's go! It's time to assault the tower. Bruh, the amount of gale that it costs to travel is honestly ridiculous. I can't. Okay, I mean this is fine though. I get to at least foundation is okay. I'll do that. Okay. Okay. I gotta remember though to like do main scenario, like the roulette and whatnot, because these will definitely yield. What are those? Cracked Antho Hustler? Bruh. Okay. Crazy. There's no there's nothing on the scale of high-end duty. Yeah, I know. I haven't seen the new material yet though, but I'm sure it looks really cool. And definitely gonna cost money. Money. Oh really? Okay, okay, okay. Cool, 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 cool. I'm looking forward to seeing them kind of. Wow, there's a B rank. 150 to the northwest. Was doing a hotline for them? Oh, okay. Hey, I found the current. Okay. That was so sick, and totes not my intention, but that was sick. Okay. Our friend over yours here. We've been expecting you. You and yours will lead the mission into the tower, I'm told. The warding scales will be delivered soon. Till then, please stand by at the boat we have readied. When your fellows arrive, I will direct them to join you. We pray for your safety and success. Okay. I'm kind of like pre-looking at the leveling for the Dragoon. Apparently they upgrade Corthian Torment as like a raid and thrust situation, so I'll be intrigued by that. Okay. Oh, you're right. Okay. Oh, this is the future of the if I travel, I think I'll stick to boats. No warning, however, empathetic. Emphatic, not empathetic. Jesus. Emphatic could have prepared me for that. On account of which we are a little late, but fighting fit mostly. My friend, permit me to thank you for accepting this mission. You must be him. We should still call you Vashan, I suppose. Indeed, it would not do to confuse our soldiers. Very well then. For our part, we are humbled that you should see fit to entrust us with your warding scales. Please convey as much to His Excellency. One for each of you. Please accept them with my blessings. Our thanks. With these, we can go anywhere with the blessing of light can go. Not only for the operation either, but all the ones to come. We can finally break your monopoly on primals. I like all these options. I look forward to checking out each one. So have we, my friend. So have we. If everyone is amenable to it, then let us review the strategy for good measure. As previously agreed, we will divide into two groups. Del and her band will break through the tower's defenses and locate its core. Meanwhile, the rest of us will send to the prisoners, who will doubtless want for healing due to the duress of repeated summonings. I like Kryle's weapon. The primals which the tower bringeth forth shall be the deities of the Thavnarian myth. As we have no prior experience with such foes, pray exercise the utmost caution when confronting them. Right. We commence the operation at your word, my friend. Okay. For the people of Thavnir, nay, the entire world, we must prevail. The Tower of Za'a is now available. Okay. I'm gonna take just like 2 minutes just to take a break, stand, walk around a bit, second coffee, the whole 9 yards. We'll be back, and then we're gonna continue away with this tower. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.